This is Meri at the Meri Atelier. I'm on a few minutes early, but it takes me a little time to set up. So I have a little bit of happy mail to share. Yeah, I want to show you where I am with my slow stitching. I'm going to show you my 2024. It's huge. It's huge. I don't have it put together yet, and it's not completely finished, but boy, wait till you see it. What's in this box is my 2026 stitch art journal, and this is some more over here of my 2024 stitch art journal. All of this almost as high as this 10-inch box. I'm sure I'm going to have to split it into volumes. And if I have time, I'm going to work on my scrap art calendar. Hi, Christy. Hi, Linda. Welcome in, welcome in. So let me get over here to my other notepad and get set up so that I can see folks coming in. Live. Meri, aren't you live? Oh, I'm at the wrong Meri. Am I? Oh. Come on, Meri. Where are you at? There you are.
If you have volume loss underneath your eyes,
let me turn the sound down. I got an ad. And skip the ad. And there you are, Linda and Christy. Welcome in, ladies. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Let me set my quality up here to 1080 and set my chat filter to all messages. So I've been on a bit of a break, and boy, have I enjoyed it. I have enjoyed my break. I've been doing a lot of just plain relaxing, and I've gotten several things done. Not everything yet, but I've been making progress. So I'm going to take my 2026 off the table for now. Set it behind me. And I'm going to take the scrap art calendar off for now and set it behind me. And I haven't worked in this I'm way behind, but that's okay. Will this be days skipped? Maybe I'll get back there and make them up. We'll see. Set that behind. We'll work on it some tonight, hopefully. Scrap art calendar. This is part of this. So this is my 2024. I'm thinking of ways to bind this, and I don't like this at all. I'm going to explain that. Before I get into all of this, though, this is the last half of it. Let's open my happy mail. I already opened. I got a card from Jacqueline. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. Am I zoomed in far enough that you can see it? It's just a little note card. Actually, it was a Happy New Year card. I got a Merry Christmas card from Carol, postcard, and a Happy New Year card from Jacqueline. But Jacqueline also put a beautiful coffee-dyed Valentine in there. And she says, here's to a lovely new year and a cozy vibes and journaling our sweet little hearts out. For 2026. This will go in my happy mail bucket. And I was sorting through and I found more happy mail. You guys, I've got so much happy mail coming out of my ears. I could fill 3 journals. You should see my bucket over here. All right. And this card was a postcard from Carol. And I'm not sure, Carol's in Canada, and I'm not sure what their postal situation is now. Obviously they're getting and sending some mail, but I got this, and it says Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thank you so much, Carol. Carol Waslowski now. So thank you, Carol. Now I want to show you these. These are some of my very first slow stitch from even before I met K3N Cloth Tales. Not this one, but this one. Well, this is, I kind of met her and got inspired by her Boral. And let me get this off. This is huge. And I'm still working on it, but it's one of my first pieces. And it's huge. It's about 22 by 22 by, well, 28 maybe. It's big. 22 by 30. And see, I plan to make a journal and then just have scrap left over. But I may not do that. I may just leave this. You can see where I was planning the journal in here. And I may just leave this stitching, but use this as some, this is the backstory of it. They call the backside now the backstory. And of course, the tendency is to cover this up. But I've learned from K3N not to do that, to enjoy the backstory and enjoy the stitches. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this. Now, what I have done is mostly down in, let me flip it, down in this corner here. You can see I've done a lot of running stitches. And they're my beginning running stitches. They're certainly not perfect. Let me hold it up so you can, of course I knock everything off as I'm working here. Let me hold this up a little bit better so you can see it. You could zoom in too. See, these are running stitches. I do like them. I do like them, and this would make a wonderful journal, but I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do with it. See, I still have a needle. I did put a few more rows of stitches in here when I found this. I have, oh, there's a needle, and then I did a couple rows. But this is denim and blue cottons, and then I have some pink floral on here. I have a hanky. I have a purple square over here. I have a blue flower in here. So this is fun, and I'm going to keep this out and just work on it every now and then when I feel like it. And it'll probably be crochet thread, whites and grays and browns, maybe some blues. So there's that. Let me set this behind me, get it out of the way. This piece, this was a painted piece of fabric that I did with Miss Becky. Becky at Becky's Creations. Hi, Jacqueline. Welcome in, Miss Jacqueline. Hi, Mina. Welcome in, Mina. It's good to see you guys. Hello, hello, hello. And this fabric was painted. I've got some little round pieces in there that belong on there. But this was painted in a pick 10 or 12 or whatever, dirty dozen with Becky. And it was just a text fabric that I probably got at Walmart. Or I might have gotten it at the quilt store, I'm not sure. But I was going to cover my 2024 art journal with this. Well, my 2024 is too big for this. If I would have made it, even if I would have made it this long with it, well, I might have gotten a one wrap out of it. But what I was doing was putting circles and then doing things inside of the circles here. And I was going to leave some bare. Some of my circles are left bare, and some are stitched on, and you can tell over here. And this is fun to work on it. This is why all these circles were in here, because, well, I've got some, this is interfacing. I think this is a tie interfacing off of a man's tie. But see, I got some cut circles here that I will eventually work on this. Every now and then I'll probably get it out and work on it. Here I was thinking about doing a half circle tape measure. And here too. Some of these just are. Here's one no, this is an upholstery sample. It's got paper on the back. And if Allie Kay were in here, she would recognize these shamrocks. I've got more of these. I found several of them. I did these shamrocks and had a giveaway, and then I lost all my shamrocks, couldn't find them. And I was going through, I don't think I have them all there. I'm going to just take the top people and send these off for March. We'll see. And I don't think they all have the little, where am I here? Too far? Come on. A little bit more. A little more. There, stop. I don't think they all have the little bling in the center. I think I was going to put one of these on the circle while. That's why it was in here. So, these are kind of UFOs, as everything in my life is. Even my unfinished objects teapot is a UFO. Oh, here are some more circles over here. A lot more circles. But when you put all this stuff together, you can see I've been pretty productive in things that I've been doing. Wait till you see the 2024. Now, 2024, I did a lot of pages, and I'm trying my hardest to keep up with 2026, and I'll explain that when I get that project out. We'll just leave these in here and fold this up. Whoops, there's another one. I think I meant it to be there. Let's fold it up one more. Oops, there's more. Oh. Some of these look like I've stitched on. This might have been a quilted piece. And I might have just been playing with some of these. I do several projects. That's why I get behind. I get so enthused. People like K3N, she does her own, she does several projects, but they're all her own projects. And she doesn't go off and do other people's projects. She gets inspired by other people. But she's not like me, go, well, this is from Becky, and this is from Dee Dee, and, you know. That's what Meri does. She gets rabbit trails. Meri makes rabbit trails. But I like my rabbit trails. They lead me down wonderful paths of exploration. Okay, let me look at chat, and then we'll look at my 2024. We'll start out with this one, which I think is it here? No, it's here. Okay, let me look at chat. Hi, Brittany. Welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you, Brittany. Welcome in. Mina's here. She's relaxing. Good for you, Brittany. Good for you. Let me tell you, if your body is telling you need a break, you take it. You take that break. I can't tell you how refreshed I feel. I feel so refreshed. And not only physically, mentally, and creatively. You know, I guess all these ideas just are flooding into my head. I can hardly keep up with them. And let me tell you guys, I dreamt about art almost every night, the last few nights. And they are so appealing, not appalling. I am so, I'm amazed because I had one dream that was so vivid, it was like I was there. And it was so vivid. It's been like 4 days ago that I had this dream. And I closed my eyes and I just remember almost every detail. I dreamt in color. I want to write it down in my commonplace journal, the dream. I haven't got that done yet. I want to do it either tonight or tomorrow and get it done. And yeah, I'll write down some of my dreams in my commonplace journal. But I've dreamt about Dee Dee. I dream about playing art games. I dream about creating art. It just fills my head. And so I highly recommend. I did not really go off grid, but I backed away from live streaming for, well, almost all of last week. And I didn't create any shorts. I did not do any videos. I just held off and did things that I enjoyed. I enjoy live streaming, but I missed you guys terrible. Spring clean and year. Yeah. Spring is around the corner. It was fairly warm out. I think I got up into the 60s here today. I went out long enough to empty my trash. Throw my trash in the trash barrel. Let's see. Mina says, I'm convinced autocorrect in my phone plot together. I know, Mina. I know. It's terrible. You love Valentine's? You're excited? Aww. Mina says, Brittany, my autocorrect and my typing mangles words and names with appealing... She means appalling frequency. And sometimes even changing them after I typed correctly. I know, Mina. I know. I understand perfectly. Brittany says she loves Valentine's. She's saying hello to Mina. There's Joyce. Hi, Joyce. Welcome in, Joyce. It's good to see you. And Brittany says, happy Sunday, everyone. Mina says, the little blue spot next to my name, replacing the old wrench symbol. I don't know, Mina. I don't know. Is there another mod in here tonight? Well, Joyce has one too. And so, yeah, Joyce and Nina both have those blue dots. They're almost like little shields, aren't they? It almost looks like that because you don't have the wrench. That's very observant, Mina. Yeah, I think so. I think that's replacing the little wrench. They look like little shields, don't they? I don't know how they pick these things up. They put so many changes in here. Hi, Jersey. Now, Jersey, she's a mod and she doesn't have a blue shield. Are you a mod? Let's make her a mod. No, you're already a mod. You're a mod. I don't know why you don't have the wrench or could be the length of your name. Hi, Angie Brown. Oh, she does have she's got a crown. I don't see a shield for Jersey. I see a crown, and then on the next message, I saw one of those funny symbols that you guys say you don't see. But I don't see a shield. They must be playing around with things. Christy says, sometimes you just need a break. Yes, you do. And I've found that I've needed several in the last couple months. I know I hit it pretty hard when I first started streaming. And, yeah. And after you stream for several years, if you stream 3 or 4 days a week, your body starts to say, slow down a little, give me a break. I'll do it if you want, but I need time. So, I think some of you who stream a lot, and there are those of you, I don't, doesn't bother me that you stream a lot, But I think you're going to find out in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th year that you're going to say, whoa, I need a break. But that's how it was for me. You see a shield by your name? You do? I do not see a shield by your name, Laura Jersey. I see, look, this is perfect right here. Look at you guys. See, I see one by Mina's name there, but I do not see one by Jersey. I see a crown and a number 3, and I see her shield, her emoji that she put in her message. But I don't see, now I know you're a mod because I clicked on your name and it says you're a mod. It must be the length of your name. It could be the length of your name. Yeah, YouTube really does change things, don't they? Let me get a sip of water. I got a bit of a dry throat. I did have some tummy issues. Did I see Angie pop in here? Hi, Angie Brown. I had a bit of a tummy ache about 4 days ago. And you guys, it amazes me what can cause it. I ate an apple. And what I did is I chopped it up in the little magic bullet, and I chopped it up with some cheese and some cinnamon and a little bit of sugar. And I put it on a tortilla and just ate it. I didn't heat it up or anything. I just ate it kind of like a sandwich. And that really, my tummy could not digest it. I don't know if eating it in a tortilla was too much for my tummy, because it did fill me up. It filled me up. I don't know, but I had a stomach ache for the next 2.5 days. And it wasn't until, I don't want to gross you guys out, but it wasn't until I vomited up that apple that my tummy got better. It was my tummy. I even peeled the apple. It wasn't the apple peel. But after my tummy got the feeling better, now I'm back to eating, I had pizza last night and warmed over pizza today, and it doesn't, of course, pizza is just bread and cheese, except my brother got the kind with sausage on it because he likes it. He got an all-meat pizza. I don't really care for it, but I ate it. And I ate the leftovers. Jersey says, I relate, Mary. I've taken several breaks over my years of streaming. Right now, I'm caring for my mom, so it doesn't fit my lifestyle to stream a lot. Yeah. Caring for your mother puts a pressure on you. My mother I lived with my mother and father for off and on for several years when they didn't need care, but I was still down there with them. And then I got a job. My dad passed away, and my mom lived by herself for about a year, but she's quit driving, so she had to rely on her neighbors a lot. She came and lived with me for a couple years, and we eventually had to put her in our home. She was getting dementia so bad that I could not work full-time and take care of her full-time. I know the pressure it is. Hi, Elise. It's good to see you. So I toasted them on a burner. What did you toast on a burner? I always heat or toast the tortilla. I probably should have. Warmed my tortilla up, but it just didn't sound good with the apple and the cheese were I guess it would have been tasty. But my tummy just went out, whatever I ate, boy, I'll tell you. And to tell you the truth, it may not have mattered what I put in my tummy at that time. It could have been anything, and my tummy just might not have been in a mood to digest anything. But I'm feeling much better now. I've been napping a lot. I've been taking a lot of Angie breaks, a lot of Angie naps. Yeah, sometimes they do. I don't eat them a lot. I really like English muffins, and I like that 12-grain bread. Pay a little extra for both of those, but I figure it's probably worth it. You toast them on a burner. Elise is waving. Hi, Elise. Let's see. Angie says, Laura, you taking a break from picking up the phone too. Yeah. Let's see. Christy says, I still see the wrenches, no shields. Oh, that's interesting. It may be how often your phone updates. My phone updates my apps pretty regularly, automatically, especially the ones I use a lot. So it just may be an update. It may be that YouTube, when they make changes, they roll it out to certain regions and certain areas, certain people. They don't give it to everybody all at once. But that was interesting. I don't see it for Jersey, and you guys say you've got a blue shield. I see the crown and the number 3 for top fans. I think it might be Jersey. Your name is fairly long. I don't see anybody's other's name that long. You made banana bread? Ooh, that sounds good. English raisin cinnamon muffins. That does sound good. Bake or make? Bake or make? The muffins? I get caught watching those baking shorts. Okay, let me flip through. This is a 2024 stitch journal that I did with K3N Cloth Tales, and somewhere is the beginning of this, wrapped around in here, right here. This is from 2 years ago, 2024. I did not do one last year. I wish I would have now, but she didn't really do a stitch journal. She did a coverlet, and she did some other types of journaling. And I didn't really follow her much. Let's see, is this the, yeah. So this is how I did it. And when I first started out, see, these are all signatures. And when I first started out, it made sense. But boy, it got fast. Now what I'm thinking of doing, and not only if it's fat, it's lopsided, it's top heavy here. What I'm thinking of doing, let me get the wrap away. And there's a part 2 to this. This is part 1. And I'm going to go through this by signature. And do I need to zoom in a little? I think I'll leave it like it is. If you guys need me to zoom in, give a shout out. I think what I'll do, see, I have this pinned in here where I thought I was going to stitch. I'm going to take those pins out. And I didn't bring it in here, but I think I have a piece. I'm going to put these in to Penelope temporary. Penelope, you eating that needle that I gave you? Shame on you. Don't eat the needles. I found a piece that I think I can make a slow stitch. I'm doing some overalls for her, but she needs something, and I think I can do a slow stitch skirt for her. One more pin in there? No. So what I think I'm going to do is do this by page. And I'm going to take it off of these background pieces and put it on a huge piece. Let me grab this piece of paper. Now, let me open this up. Put it on a piece like this, and I think I'm already stitched this down. This one isn't stitched. This one's pinned. Penelope says, "Yay, pins!" You took all my pens, Mary. I get some back. Well, not for long. This is just temporary. Don't get too excited. I just need you to hold them for me. Let's take this one right now and see if I have a piece of either fabric or paper this size, and then I can mount this. Probably, I'm even thinking something like poster board, and mount it on that and put it in a journal. I think that now I'm sure there's, and I can even, if I mount it on paper, I could write what month and year and the stitch type this was. This is a certain stitch type. I'm going to put it back in here because I have it done by month, at least for the but that's what I'm thinking right now. But that's kind of down the road. I'm not going to do this right away. I'm just doing the flip. So this was January. I know this was the first one I did with her. And it was fabric weaving, and I did not like it after I did it. It's all stitched. Well, Meridel Abrams. The word was Community 1/1/2024. And this is pinned here. And I could go, she had words for each one. I don't know where the pin is on the other side. She had words, and I don't think that, see here my M looks like an N. I don't think I'm going to stitch on fabric. I think I'm going to write on my fabric, but I at least dated it in here, and I left the backstory showing so I could see the back of it. And I had never done fabric weaving before. And when I first did it, it's crooked in here, like this piece. It's not all straight and pretty, but I liked it. And I ended up stitching this little, there's a fleur-de-lis in there, fleur-de-lis charm. I ended up stitching it down or it would fall out of my journal. And then the next one was, I think hers was Balance, but I called it Night and Day. And it's a balance between dark and light, I think. And I stitched this one in too, I believe. No, excuse me, it's just pinned. It's stitched over here. But I'm thinking I'm going to take all of these out. I'm going to put this back in so they don't flop around on me. So that was I think February or January. Did I date this one? Hold it. Let's see. I didn't get them all dated. Well, it opens the other way. No, I didn't date this. So I'll have to go back on her channel and review. And I still have some at the end of the year that I haven't done yet that maybe I will do, but it depends on how I get caught up. And this, of course, was her heart. That she did all these, she did running stitches, and she stitched down all these little red fabric pieces, little snippet pieces, and then she cut a heart out of them, did a running stitch around so it wouldn't fray. And then I did a button up here. And I forget what this was. I don't know if it was Kwanzaa. I want to say Kwanzaa, but it might be another term that I'm not familiar with all the different terms. And then you go to the next signature, and these were 4 different styles. And don't ask me to repeat them all because I don't know them all. But she did little 4 squares. Well, I did 4 squares. I think she did too. And she did this is a 4 square here. But this is also a 4 square. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think this is sashiko. And this is more there's another term. And this was darning. And you can't see it, but this area in here is darned together. I did a good job on that, Mary. You did a good job on your darning there. And then we just did a little four patch in there. And then you flip over, and she did a diagonal piece. I think she did one. I did mine in diagonals. And this one's fairly longer than the book, but I didn't want to cut it down. Look like I gotta roll my wonky tatting in there. Yep. On the back side. I put my tatting on the back side and it kind of shows. And then this, I stitched down the strip here. This is the back story. And I really like that. I kind of use it as a bookmark. This was English paper piecing. And I had this attached down, but I didn't like it, so I took it apart. But I left my papers in because it tells a little story in there. I left my paper. I think I used a journal. I tore out one of my journal pages. Cat was something. Oh, this was a story about the cat that climbed into the back of, my brother brought in groceries and he left the back door of his van open. And he carried in the groceries and the cat crawled in the back of the car while he was in the house. And he finished carrying in the groceries, shut the door, and the cat got locked in there. Cat was in there a couple days. Yeah, see, I got the cat trapped story, and there's more of it in here. And that's what I used to paper piece these little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hexes. English paper piecing. And I had it down here, but I didn't like it down there. So I was thinking about where I could move it, and I haven't decided yet. I think I'm going to have to move this piece. And then you flip it over here, and this was, I remember this was, what they call it, tricky fabric, where you use fabric that's kind of hard to stitch on. And I have, this is a, where is it? This is a pocket, and this pulls out, I believe. No, it doesn't pull out. Which one pulls out? This one pulls out. There's a leaf in here. And then this doesn't pull out. This is part of that tricky fabric in there. It's, you can see my finger. It's a very thin scarf fabric. You can see my finger there. And this was a part of a jacket that I bought, and I didn't like it because it's heavy black denim and it had all this stitching of, it was hard to stitch on. So I started tearing it apart. And I put a big button motif on this. Kind of clunky button there. And what else do I have that's tricky? I think I have some paper, or not paper towel, but terry cloth in there. I'm not sure. It looks like a piece of a doily there. A ribbon. I did some couching on this. You just kind of play with it. So that was the second signature. So, and when it was like this, I'm going, well, this is going to make a cool journal. But wait till you get 20 of these. And moving on, I'm going to do the flip on all of these from 2024. Then I'm going to show you what I'm doing for 2025. This was a 9-patch. And she had a poem. And I meant to do that. But her poem, and there's a certain technique where you read it this way from 1 through 3, 4 through 6, 7 through 9, and it makes sense. but you read it this way, it makes sense. Now, I don't know if you read it backwards each way, if it makes sense. And I tried and tried and tried to say something, but I didn't get it composed. But what I did find, what I liked on this, and I saved this salvage that has the numbers on it, and it goes to 9, and then it starts repeating, I think. It goes this way. There's 9, 8, 9, and this might just be colors in here. I don't see numbers in there. But I liked that it had the 1 through 9. And so I was going to put this, and then this was some of the first seed stitch that I've done on the background. And see, I could easily take these off and put them on a large page and put my pages. I don't even think a 3-ring binder will be big enough to hold all of this. I think I'll have to have a couple binders that I got for nothing at that law firm. Let me take this off. See, this will fit perfectly in here. And I don't know if I want paper, though. I might want something stronger than paper to put in a binder. And there'll be one on each side, so, you know, it needs to be pretty strong. And I think these will fill up my binder pretty fast, too. Because we're only on, what? We're only, I don't think she did one a month. She did several of them. I think she did 52 of them, right? Every week? I can't remember. I think it was every Monday she had a new stitch, a new pattern, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed working with her. And of course, you know, I'm not perfect with my little patches in here. But it doesn't have to be perfect, and that's what I like about K3N. She doesn't demand perfection. Oh, I'll bet she could attain it, but she kind of celebrates the imperfection. And this was a feather, and I struggled with this one, but now that I go back and look at it, I really do like it. I like how that fabric frayed on me. It kind of looks feathery, and this was couching in here. Had some little fancy stitches in there. I put it on a grassy background. This was another, don't ask me what. Looks like, oh, this was one, there's a word for this, where they would put the little inverted triangles up in the corners. There's a word for this. This was a technique. And then when they stitched, they either started at the out and worked in, or started at the in and worked out. And that's how all these pieces are stitched together. And of course you do invisible basting of all of this down, and then you do your stitching. All of those little pieces are invisibly basted. It takes a while to do all of that. But there's a word for that technique. And now we're getting into the take it and hide it outside and leave it there for, I think this was the spring solstice. Is there such thing as a spring solstice? Where it was the spring, and what you do is you take a fabric and you split it in half, and you do a good piece, and you can't read this, but it says, if you love something, set it free. And then I put a little pocket with some of my wonky tatting on it. My tatting's not perfect. But I like it. It just dresses up my wonky stitching. And I didn't put anything on this side. I just let it be the back cover. But you can see the backstory here of my circle in my pocket and how I stitched it into the center. I made a little pleat. And stitched this piece, which was separate from this. This was on like a napkin with a pretty pulled work edge. And I stitched it into an accordion kind of that I pleat that I made in the center, and then I could close it up. It does not have a latch. I should probably put a little ribbon latch in there. Get me a little white silky ribbon. And I should probably quit putting these pins in here. But that was the spring. And then what you did, and I'll show it later, is it the summer or the fall when you go out and get the other half of this piece. This has another half to it. This was like a tea towel or a dresser scarf. And you hide it. I hid mine under a tree that's no longer with us. I made him cut that tree down because I was afraid it was going to fall on our roof. It ain't going to fall, my brother said. And the tree trimmer, one of his friends is a tree trimmer, and he said, your brother told me not to cut it down. And when he cut it down later on, he told me, he said, you know, I didn't think that tree needed trimming. But when I got up to the top and started going down, I could see where it was getting rotten. And I'm kind of glad that I insisted that he turn that tree down. I just was not resting until it was down. This was a friendship star. This was a folded star, and I did a shooting star, little French knots. And she has a technique where she did 4 patches. And I think I sent one in to England, and they did a quilt. All of her followers sent one in, and one lady volunteered to quilt them all together. I don't know if she ever got that. I think she did. I kind of lost track of that project, but I know I sent mine in, and I was able to find it. I was a little star out in the universe of all these other stars. Mine was there, and it had a shooting star, something like this, and then I put friendship there. Let's see if I can see the back of this. Yeah, it's just the back story. Just this stitching on the back. It's not very, because it's in white. Yeah, I think I'm going to take it all off of these pieces here. This piece, I had done a piece similar to this that I had for a giveaway. And Allie Kay won it. And I liked it so well, I had to do something for myself. And on Allie Kay's, the backstory, let me take this off. The backstory formed, you can't see the backstory here very well because it's all in red. But hers formed a horse, I think, a Pegasus, a horse. This just doesn't form much of anything. You can see the red around here. This was, I think this was part of a doily in here, and my tatted butterfly, and looks like some crochet or needle tatting in there, not needle tatting, punch needle center there. Another butterfly down here, and then I did some leaves in there in a bowl, and I think I did a needle book in this same style that I sent to Sharon Lombard. I made a needle book out of it, and you'd open it up, and I think I covered the backstory on the needle book and put some felt pieces and had a closure to it. But I had to have one for my journal. I'm not sure that this followed a technique that she did. Yeah, I think I'm closing this up. No, I'm good. And then this one was hers. She had I think she had a cow or a fox jumping over the moon. And mine's supposed to be a fox, but it looks more like a dog. The dog has a square head, square muzzle. Got a big old bushy tail, and the mountains there, and this represents the moon, but I love the heart in that doily. And it's just slow stitch. And I love that I didn't put these down yet, because man, they'll be easy to put in another journal. And then this was the eclipse in April 18th, 2024. My 2 there looks like that 2 is not stitched very well. 2024 solar eclipse. And I have a pin in here too. I want to put these stars on here. But this is the solar eclipse, documenting an event in the year. 2024, April 5th. Let me get my hand in there and put this back. Oh yeah, I think I put it in here, didn't I? There we go. And I'm going to stitch these buttons on, but I'm glad I didn't stitch them on. So there's the 3rd signature. That's January through April. And it's still pretty good. That could go in a journal. That could be compiled into a journal. But it's getting fat. What did I do here? This must be the 2nd one. I'm not sure how I had these. Like this, maybe? No, this is upside down. It goes like this. And like this. Yeah. All right, moving on. I really did stitch a lot in 2024. I did a whole year of stitching with K3N. This was earth and water, I believe. This represents the ground. The brown does represent the brown. And then this, all this is running stitch. And I love how these stitches represent the water. They represent so much movement. And these represent the ground. Could be fields or trees. And this was in that same style where you could make a needle book out of it. Very easy. In fact, I've done some snippets like that I'm still kind of in progress. Now this, looks like I have 2 pieces here. Underneath. I don't think I was happy with this one. So I did another one. I think this was supposed to be the backstory. And this was the backstory. I was working on this piece, which was kind of like a blue folk art tile print. And I look at it now and I kind of like, I stitched around all those hexagons. And I was going to go in and stitch all this, and I got really discouraged right at this point. And I said, this isn't doing it for me. And so I did this one, which was a leafy pattern. And I stitched on those leaves. And this one came out much better. But this is the backstory. I think the idea was to stitch the pattern on the fabric. We did pockets. I really enjoyed making the pocket. See if I can take this one off. I still got the needle in there. No, the needle goes to the back, to the other side. Where's Angie's bowl? We'll put this in Angie's bowl. This was a pocket. We made little pockets. It was very interesting, the story of pockets. And I don't think that my pocket opens. I think I just did I don't think it opens. I think I stitched it shut. It could have opened. Why did I do that? I stitched it shut. So you can't see the backstory. Just imagine a little mouse in there. And then I put some charms. I put a cameo here. a dangle, a little applique. This is a pin that has a little piece of fabric on it. Little cluster, fabric cluster. But we did little pockets, and I really kind of even like the back. Put that back on. I think I'll get a stronger needle for that, a stronger pin. Sometimes I just use what's at hand and it's not the right thing to use. And then on the back of this was that Japanese term of where they mend something with gold, broken pottery with gold. And so we were supposed to illustrate a broken piece mended with gold. And that's what this is, a gold mending in here. Kintsugi or something like that. That's that technique. And this, I remember doing this out on the front porch one day. This was a sketch, a needle sketch of Penelope, a pincushion doll. Penelope. Almost looks like her, doesn't it? Almost looks like her. And then this is the lace, and this is her little cameo there. See, she's wearing a little cameo. That's her cameo. Of course, I didn't get the head in there very well, but got some lace. And I got her hat up here. Got pins and needles in there, and I even have these swirls down here. This turned out well. I was really happy with how this turned out. I did not draw her. I stitched her. I did not draw her first. I just started stitching. And I have drawn and painted Penelope so much that I kind of have her down. I kind of have her image down in my head, art-wise. And it really turned out nice. This is one of my favorite pieces. And then this is another boro, I think Japanese boro, where you just put blue pieces together and do running stitches different ways. I'm not sure if she did this or if I just did it out of boredom. Here's another better piece. I think I used a different color. I used a different tin. I got it pinned on this side too. I used a different tan, and my stitching's much better. It's kind of, my stitching is kind of wonky here, but I like wonky stitching. This is a nice piece. See, this would make a nice needle book. But it's not going to be. It's going to stay in my journal. Not to be. Did I pin that one in? Yeah. And then on here was when I was very first learning how she did her organic back stitch. And mine's pretty clumsy. She did it again this year for one of her blanket stitch. She calls it organic blanket stitch because it's done as a blanket stitch, but it's very, very organic. Let me straighten these out. It goes like this, and like that, and then this goes here. And you can see that I like the back side almost better than I like the front. And then she actually did the circles with the black centers there. Mine looks to me like it could belong in October. Almost looks like a spider's web or something. I need some of these pins back, Penelope. Thanks for holding them for me. So what's this? some of your stuffing coming out there. What is that? Looks like something coming out there. I'll have to take care of that. Penelope's gonna get, I'm designing some overalls for her. All right. So that's the 4th signature. And that probably carried me into June. And carrying on here. Just keeps coming. I think it's this way. We got into the, she did a sampler stitch. This was not a weekly project, but it's one she did in preparation for the crazy quilt. She did a sampler, and I can't name all these. This is a cross stitch and a blanket stitch, the chain stitch. Looks like a feather stitch in here, a V stitch. And that has a name, different names, the upright cross. This is very pretty here. And then played with different stitches in here. And then we get, here's another sampler that I started, and I got down this part I ended. And it's on a piece of felt. I never did finish it, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be finished. I could put something in there. And then here's the crazy quilt piece here. Let me take it out. Angie, your little bow is working good tonight. This was the crazy quilt that I did. I had a lot of red pieces in here. But you can see it's crazy. Got a little tassel hanging there. I got some pearls and little pearl tatting. This was a tatted piece. The red tat here. I did some beading on my Picasso up there. And a big bead in the center. I'm not proficient with tatting with beads, but I did do, there are red, let me hold this up so you can see it better. There are red tatted rings in there, beads on the Picasso, and a big bead in the center. 3, a big bead, rings, and it goes all the way down. And I put that on there. There's a tatted strip there. Got a lot of tatting on this one. Some tatting there. There's a crazy quilt. There's a little filigree flower in there. Some blanket stitch, some French knots. Couching here. My couching I did the whip stitch way. But I'm getting so that I couch like she does. There's a red button. There's another little filigree flower. And there's a little charm down here on a ribbon. There's some of that star fabric. I used that this year too. That one turned out nice for me. Oh, and here, we'll take this off. Take this one off. Is it stitched in there? No. Take this one off so that I can put this one back on. This is all 2024. It's nice to get it out and look at it again. It inspires me to keep going with my 2026 journal. And then this one was where both of these, primarily this one, but also this one, was from the fabric that I hid under the tree. So this has to be September-ish or October-ish in the fall, where you go out and you get the fabric that you hid in the spring. And you'll see the verse on here. But I couldn't throw this piece away either. And I had some rusted pieces in there, that did rust, had running stitches on it. I really do like it. I'll show you this one is really the the companion piece to the spring piece. So the spring piece said, if you love something, you'll set it free. Ouch. Let's pin it here. The spring piece said, if you love something, you'll set it free. And the fall is in here. Pinned several times. The fall piece, oh, it's got another pin in it. Is it on the inside? Take that paper clip off. Here it is. Couple pins in there. The fall piece is folded again. I have this was inside of the piece that I bundled up, and this looks like it was a bottle cap or something, and I punched a hole in it and it got all rusty. But this is the other half of the spring tea cloth or towel, table doily. And this is I did that same technique where I had the pleat and then I had the little doily on the inside. And the spring says, if you love something, you'll set it free. And then the fall piece says, if it returns to you, it is yours forever. And the idea was you set this fabric free by exposing it to the elements, like hiding it under a tree and letting nature take its course with it, rust it up and get it filthy dirty, however, and then you go check on it in the fall, and if it's still good, it's usable, it returned to you. I got a little piece clipped on here with the little clip that was rusty clip up here, a little rusty clip on here. Rusty clip there, rusty clip here, and then I embroidered on this. If it returns to you, it's yours forever. And I think I did the embroidery after I opened up the package. And this XM32, that was on there. XM33 or 88, that was not my marking. That was on there. I don't know if it was a laundry mark or what. But see, I put that little pleat in the center, and I made a little flip in there. And then the back is just the back page. So that's how that went. Let me take this piece off. And this is more of it here. That one is almost off. It's pinned down here. Take this piece off and put this one back. So I eventually, I think, want to put these on bigger pages and put them maybe like in a ring binder or a big journal. This one's going to fall out. No, it's clipped together. Let me put that down like that. And pin this back in. I got a red thread there. What does that go to? That falls through my running stitch. I just let it hang. This was fun to do. I should do that again. Let's see, it's February. I could bury something in the spring. Get something ready to bury in the spring. I don't know if she's going to do that again. And then do my gardening and bury it in the spring, and then when I harvest in the fall, run and get it. Pin it here. Probably should pin it on this too. down here maybe. That did it. And then this was another piece that I had left over from it, and I just put it together with whatever I had left. Looked like some running stitches, some tatting, running stitches, more tat there. Played a lot with tatting. My tatting's pretty loose. I think your tatting, when you needle tat, it's tight when you do it, but if you don't starch it up and get it nice, and it can work itself loose. Because I've noticed a lot of my tatting is loose, and I've heard Tammy say that she prefers shuttle tatting because it's so much tighter. I'm not proficient in shuttle tatting. My left hand shakes too much. I'm trying to get it. This is the backstory. I love the backstory on this. The backstory is just what it looks like on the back, which is really just as pretty as the front. In a needleworker's eye, maybe not in the public. What do you mean that's pretty? Doesn't look very pretty to me. Yeah. Let me pin this in. Maybe pin it down here. And then we got into this trapunto, which I really enjoyed. The trapunto, and this is just pinned in too, I think. Pinned in from the back. The trapunto. What you do, oh no, it's stitched. I stitched this one down for some reason. But what you do, this was a hexie, and this little bird was cut out of this fabric, was leftover scrap. You see that rusty, and it looked like a little bird, so I made a little bird and put it on a blue background, stitched a little hexie. And what you do, you can't see it because I've closed it up, but on the inside, you cut it, you slit the back fabric, and then you stuff it. And this is trapunto. This might not be trapunto. This might just, I might be feeling the other side. This might just be a hexie, a little hexie that I did. And then I did a little matching flower down here. This one's stitched in. This one on the back was you're supposed to use, and you can see that this is a lavender piece from, I wonder if it still smells like, yeah, I can still smell the lavender. I had this hanging up on my white room divider for the longest time. No, let me put another pin in this. It's gonna flip. And the idea was just to do something organic, some real, I think some people use leaves. See, this is where what I had hung it. I had it hanging, dried lavender. I even had the little bow on it. And I just took it off of my room divider and stitched it on here. It seems to be after 2 years, 2020, well, probably not quite 2 years yet. It'll be 2 years sometime this year. So there's that signature. I think it goes like this. But I am losing, I'm losing lavender. I don't have many of that type of thing in here. She's better at it than I am. Then we get into, this. This was so fun to do. Do I have it right? Yeah, I did a fractal art piece. I don't think she had a piece that she did. She certainly didn't do fractal art. But I got creative, and I was having fun with fractal. And I said, I need to do a needlework piece with fractal. And I think this was just a separate piece that I did. But it's a bird that I put together. a Fraktur folk art bird, and then I just did running stitches and just collaged him together. That was fun. I enjoyed doing that one. I think that's the back. Let me put him, I'll just put him here. Let's turn this over. Oh, there's another use a nature thing. So that kind of goes with the lavender. This is the facing page. The lavender was here, and then this is the next one. I had a piece of hardanger. I have a friend down in St. Louis that was teaching hardanger, and this was my study piece. And I did this, what, in 2005 and something, way long time ago. And I kept it, and I even brought it home with me. And it wound up in my needle art book, and then I just used a stick. I couched a stick on there. Used a piece of this fabric down here, and then used a little scrap of this on to the scrap of that. What's on the other side? And this was where I tried doing the leaves. And my leaves, this was a pretty leaf. It was pretty. But they have, I think this might have been a violet or a morning glory. Looks like it might have been maybe even a petunia at one time. It was a nature piece. It didn't survive very well. The stems survived, but you were probably supposed to stitch around the flower, so if all of this fell off, I don't think I got that done. Let's see if it opens up here. No, it's just on a backing. It's just on a backing. So let me put these two back together. This is rabbit that you see over to the side. That's trapunto. And we learned another technique a week or so ago, bonsai or something like that, which is more French than Italian. I think this is an Italian technique. And this is the one where you open up the back. It's still got leaf trails in here. If I can get this out. See, these are all just pinned in here in hopes that I'd get this journal done. Here it is. But you can't see where I cut the back. This had a backing piece. The blue was the backing piece. And I stitched the rabbit onto the backing piece. And then I cut the blue and then stuffed it. And then I think I kind of stitched that back together, and then I put this as a big backing piece for the whole page. And so it makes a very puffed stitch. Now I think this is an Italian technique, but there's a French technique that we learned a few weeks ago with letter B, where you do the same type of thing, where you put down your fabric and you put down a shape above it, or you stitch a shape above it, and then you cut the backing, you cut the entire piece out, and then you thread. You kind of have 3 layers. You thread yarn or bulky. You don't use a stuffing, you use a bulky thread, and you stuff it by putting the thread in that way, and then you trim it. And I prefer this method from the bulk. It really made a funny little rabbit. I really do like him. And I think I have a mouse in here too. Let me turn the page. This might be no, this was July. I have a mouse coming up. This was my July 4th page, 2024. I had some red striped ticking fabric. I got tired of doing French knots. I don't know if I got 50 on them or not. I did a tassel here for the flagpole. Couched the piece down for the pole part of it. Did July 4th, 2024 for July. So we're into the summer months here. pin this in again. So all of this, and I'm only halfway through 2024. This was a Japanese technique where they just used, like, let's say their dish towels, when they got holes in them and everything, they stitched up pretty designs, and it really makes its own fabric. Type in here, there's a word for this. And when I do that new journal, I'm going to look up all the words. But this was one of the techniques that she taught. And I did try to use a dishcloth type fabric. Probably more of a damask napkin, it looks like. That's what's on the back. Oh, my mouse! My little mouse, Trapunto. Let me get him off of here. Where's he at? This is the Trapunto mouse, and I didn't stitch him onto the backing fabric yet. So, and I used, and this was also done on a hexie, but I used the backing fabric. This was I put the mouse on here, and I think this was the backing fabric, and then I slit the backing fabric, which would be behind the mouse, and I stuffed him. I backstitched all around him, and he's eating a piece of red tatting. And this is this is my own tatting, red tatting piece here. My little red mouse. My little red mouse. There's a mouse in the house, and he's chewing on my tatting. And he goes on here. And I think this was just me playing with Trapunto. She did Trapunto, but I had to do it a couple times because I enjoyed it so much. I don't enjoy that French technique, though. It's maybe if I did it more, I'd come to like it. But so he's chewing on my tatting. He's gnawing it away. This was, I think this was meant to be a mandala type thing where you use, and I used a very simple fabric mandala. I think these flowers, these are black back stitches. I don't think that, if you could see this, let's see, yeah, I do. Is this pinned down? No. I don't know if I have it in view here, but there's a little black, I put those black stitches in there. But I think and I think I stitched this little blue flower on it. But it's supposed to represent a mandala. Now, she did a lot more intricate mandala than I do, but I'm not good at mandalas. I needed something very simple for this size. And then I put a piece of this pretty lace at the bottom. I might have used, no, it doesn't look like. I was thinking I used some of this lace on here. I don't remember. This backing might be this, it looks like it is. And this green fabric was different. But I don't think that I did the flower. I think the mandala was part of the green. And I can see some leaves in there that are kind of a green scarf fabric that I had. So this might be, I'm not sure. I know I didn't stitch those flowers. They're too perfect. But those leaves are collaged on there by me, stitched on there. So it's kind of a mandala collage technique. At least I tried. It's a very simple mandala. Becky and Barbara Owen would go, oh, how simple, ho hum. And then the last piece is my bird. And I showed you my bird. My fractal art bird. And I was having fun doing fractal scrap stitchery. I might do more of that. because I like fractal art, and I certainly have a lot of fabric scraps. Let me pin this in. So that's the end of that signature. That's sometime in July, maybe a little bit in August. How does this go? Like this, I think. And here's a man that I did. This is a fractal man. Wembley. It's Wembley. He had all sorts of fun doing Wembley. And that's actually a tie label. Wembley's is the name of a tie. I'm going to leave the pin on there. He was fun to do. I found some of this striped fabric, and it looks like his vest, and then rust fabric, and put the hands. I made the hat. I made the band of the hat match his vest. And the face, I think, is from that fabric that, if you set it free fabric. And I had a little piece of scrap, and it looked like a face. Here are the two eyes, the nose, and his mouth is over here. His face is kind of tilted. Wembley! Oh, now we're getting into some of this. Oh, there's a technique for this folded technique here. You pull in the corners, and oh, I tried. Mine aren't perfect by any means, but I used the bird. Let me set it straight here. I'm not going to take it out. I'd got another piece over here that I tried again. Let me take this one out. This one isn't entirely stitched together, but this was done on 4 pieces here. This looks like it might have been 4 pieces too. And then there's another piece in here. And I think you somehow edge it, and then you pull it in, and it makes that curve somehow. She explains it all. And yeah. It's very Christmassy, but I don't think it's meant to be Christmassy. Let's see what's on the back of this. Oh, we're getting into... What's this? I don't know what I was doing here. I think stitching with metallic. What I did here. Wait, hold it. Yeah. Let me take this one out. I can't remember. Oh, this was folds. You were stitching the folds. You're supposed to fold your fabric and then stitch. So this is folded here. It's folded in here. There's a fold there. And so I stitched around my folds, because there's a fold that you can't see it very well. It's right there. And so I stitched with my metallic. I stitched with metallic because I thought it would show up on this dark blue, and it does. But then this is all part of a fold, and this is a fold in here, and it kind of folds inside there. If you look in there, you can see some stitching. And then I'm not sure if there's a fold there. It might have just been with my stitching. And then there's another fold here. See, there's a fold in there. Kind of a fold. That might be a separate piece. There's a fold down here. It doesn't look like I stitched the bottom folds. Probably got tired of stitching with all this metallic. And then there's the back story. I don't know if you can see it very well. I don't see it very well. Let's put this back together. Pull it out a little. Yeah, I think I'm going to revamp how I bind this journal. I don't even think a 3-ring binder will hold it all. Let me put this right in here. Some of them are done, some of them aren't, some of them are. And as I get toward December, I get really busy. So I know I have some pieces that aren't finished yet. This, oh my gosh. Let me take the pins out of these. This piece took me forever to do. This was done off of a technique in India. And there's a name for it, where they use that little mirror in there. And then they have certain stitches that they do around the mirror. Certain stitches, and this, all of this is seed stitch. All of this black on blue, those are all tiny, tiny little seed stitches. I worked for weeks on that. And here's the elephant in here. I don't know, you can't see him very well. He's a back-stitched elephant in there. And then there's a leaf, and then there's another one of these. This one doesn't have the mirror, but it's got the round piece. This one actually has a mirror in it. Actually, I think it's a fake mirror. It's not a real mirror. It's a piece of foil. But it turned out nice, but it took me forever to do it. You know, and here's the backstory. I almost like the backstory as much as I do the front story. On the facing, got a little easier here. We did a weaving, and there's a technique for this too. We did a weaving, and then I stitched a piece on there. I put a little, I think he's pinned on the, oh, it's a rusty safety pin. There we go. A little patch in there that hangs down. There's a circle running stitch in there. Running stitches. I think this was a K3N technique. I think that was one of the class projects. Let me pin this back together. Boy, I'm having fun looking at all of this. We might be in like the end of July into August here. And I'm not sure what this one was. Take it off here. I think it was supposed to be couching. And look at, can you see the background? See the green in there is from here. You could see if I would put a different color in there. Maybe my paper. See the white behind it? And then you couched this. And this is where I started to learn her method of couching. Well, maybe not on this because it was hard to do on the netting. But this is her method of couching on here because I can see the running stitches. So all this tatting, this is my own tatting in here, and looks like I walnut dyed it, walnut stained it, and then I used the jewelry piece. I think it was supposed to be a frame, and the net represents the glass. And I'm not sure, and I'm sure this couching was part of the technique, and we just left it on the edge. I think this was one of her projects. That's what this one was. Yeah, so these deserve to be on bigger backgrounds. Let's see what the last one is. The last one, again, was, oh, looks like we cut a circle out and collaged a piece inside of it. And I see it better with the paper background. See, this fabric was the backing fabric. It's cut out, and then this piece in here is collaged in. And I might have sprayed, looks like I sprayed walnut stain on this after I stitched it, because I can see how my stitching, and it feels like it's been stained. So I think I don't know if this was, I think this was her technique here. And maybe some of the stitches that she used. And of course her wonderful running stitches. I just love how these running stitches go in all different directions, and they really give a strength to the fabric, because the fabric is pretty flimsy without it. So I think I kind of darkened this fabric with walnut stain. So that's the end of that signature. Let me put this one back in. This isn't pretty from this side too. This is all my 2024. I've got more. I've got more. It's not done yet. What time is it? 7:30. I've been going for an hour and a half, and I haven't looked at chat. Let me come out and look at chat, because I'm at the end of this signature. And see how it's grown? See how it's grown? This was the first, the second, third, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if each one of these represents a month, that should be into the end of July there. I'm not sure that each one represents a month, because I think some of that went into, some of I got some extra ones in there. Let me come out and look at chat. Hello out there. 16 of you out there. Hi, Lala. There's Becky. Oh, she said she's going to go up and sit in the balcony. I'm not even into my 2026 stuff yet. Can't wait to show you guys that. Let me get back into chat. Was that it? She says, Becky says, hi, Becky. If you're up in the balcony, welcome in. Lala, welcome in. You're trying to stay awake. Lala, I hope I'm not boring you. Becky said she's trying to stay awake, too, until 9 to give Tippy his medicines. And Lala says, Becky, I'm trying to stay awake together buddy beds. Oh, that bird was in a cathedral ceiling or windows. Yeah, I think it was cathedral style. It's a quilting technique. I'm not good on all those techniques. Thank you, Lala. Josie, hi, Josie, if you're still out there. Josie is from Italy. She says, hello, everyone. She can't sleep. Josie can't sleep, and Becky and Lala are falling asleep. Sorry to bore you guys, and welcome in. Brenda, hi, Brenda. Brenda MC, welcome in. SR Fire Horse Art. Oh, she was here. She says she's got to go. Thank you for the hangout. Oh, I missed saying hello to her. Lala said she went up to the balcony to crochet. Buddy wants attention. I love the tatting, Lala says, and the beads. Cindy, hi, Cindy Daly. Welcome in. I see Cindy. I think she found me from Dee Dee Willingham. I noticed that she was in Dee Dee's chat. Hi, Cindy Daly. Welcome in, welcome in. This is a wonderful book of stitching. Yeah, this was from 2024. I really did a lot of slow stitch in 2024. This is still volume 1. I've got a volume 2. It is. I enjoyed going back and looking at it. I think I'm going to have to revamp it and go in and type the techniques. Because she had a word for every, I think it was 52 weeks. I think she did one every Monday. But it seems like I've already done 52 of them, but maybe not. Lala says, please remember to like, comment, and share. Thank you, Lala. SR Fire Horse Art popped in. She's new to me. Welcome in. Hi, Light Star. 10 Light Star. She says she misses sewing. 10 Light Star does a lot of crochet. I've noticed she shows several crochet when I scroll through. I see her every now and then crocheting, Light Star. Angie says, hi, Aunt Beck. Angie says, hi, Belinda. Hi, Belinda Smith. Thanks for popping in. Becky's laughing. What are you laughing at, Becky? Becky's laughing at something. Where did I see her? Hi, Becky. Where did I see Becky laughing? Hello, hello. Hi, Becky. Oh, maybe she wasn't laughing. Oh, yeah, she is laughing. She says, hee hee. See, Becky has a shield, but I didn't see one on Laura's name. I think Laura's name is too long to have a shield and all the other little emojis out there. So I think the length of the name kind of matters. Hi, Belinda, Light Star, Lala, Laura Jersey. See, you guys say you see a shield, and I don't see a shield for her, but I know she's a mod. And you guys said you saw a shield on jerseys. She went up to the balcony, too, to work on her crochet. That's okay. Thank you guys for sitting up there in the balcony. Hi up there. Angie said, Laura, that's not good. Laura says, so much better, Angie. Thank you for asking. The cough is hanging on, but otherwise she's feeling better. Joyce is here. They're saying hello to Joyce. Love the skin you're in, Angie. Romeo is over here sneaking the chocolate, Laura says. That's for my mom. I bought a box of chocolate-covered cherries at Christmas because my mom used to buy chocolate-covered cherries at Christmas, and you know I haven't opened them yet. Oh, dear. They're sitting out there by my coffee pot. Angie says, I just ate pineapple upside-down cake. Mina says she buys the muffins. Oh, got an ad. Get out of there. Who gave? Sylvia! Sylvia, if you're out there, thank you. Sylvia always pops those super chats in. Thank you. I'll have to thank her offline. Thank you, Sylvia, for the super chat. Did Zippity Doodah pop in? Laura's saying hello to Zippity Doodah. Hello? You know, I should have a I know Becky does that a lot. I haven't done a face-to-face chat in a long time where I just point the camera at me and chat with you guys. I should do that. I'm thinking about it. Becky's going to sit up in the balcony. Becky, I'm trying to stay awake. Oh, I lost Joe. I think I got Elise. I'm where Elise came in. And Mina says she likes to warm up her tortillas. So I'm caught up with chat. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, Zippity's still here. Hi, Zippy. Welcome in. Oh, Sylvia said, I found my cell phone. I accidentally made another journal, and I'm trying to locate a place for you. Aww. For the journal? Sylvia, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sylvia, for the super chat. That encourages me so much. So let me finish going through the 2024. I've got pages to go, and then I want to show you 2026. What time is it? It's 7:45. We'll probably just do the slow stitch tonight. What I want to do, and I don't know if I'll get a chance to do it tonight online, and I think I'm to the back of this first volume because the rest of this I'll show you. This is some extra, well, no, I think this was still her technique. This was a, oh, what do you call it? Log cabin technique, I think, that she did. Because see, there's the white, and then there's the little red patches on the side. I think it's a 4 square log cabin technique, and then I put the patches down there. This was one of her techniques, and it's pinned on. And this is another one of those Japanese techniques that just use the dishcloth fabric on the backing here. And then in here is another. These are, I started following her. She did a lot of log cabin squares, and this was a wonky one. She did them wonky, and I did 3 or 4 of them. And this was the log cabin. I got some more. Might be in the other volume here. But I didn't follow her. I barely had time to follow the weekly ones, let alone the 4 square ones. And I should put another one there. So this is kind of a 4 square signature. Then what's left here are just, I would cut pages to mount things on, and these are kind of like backing pages here. So there's nothing on this stuff here. So that all goes back into here. Let me put it away. So I'll have it put away. And I've got a tie for it here. Penelope, I'm going to put you up here. And I think right in here is where I put it. And you can see there are several signatures here that I think I'm going to redo. I think I'm going to redo how I'm doing it. That I just wrap around. It's just a wrap around right now to hold it together. There's even some stitching on there. And then I have this. Thread here. Well, there's more though, because I couldn't get it all in this. And I found this while I was looking for fabric for my current journal. But what I want to do is make me a little scribble journal, especially for 2026, and I might do another one, a larger one for this, where I write down the technique and the word. She's doing A through Z now on 2026, and I'll explain all that when we get to it. Let me put this, I think I can put it up here. And let's go to volume 2, which isn't quite as thick. These are things that some of it's done, some of it's finished, some of it's not. And I have some tatting to show you here. We'll come back to the tatting. And then I just put it inside of a Klein envelope that I'd opened up. I was going to make a scrap journal. Still might. So, let me figure out how this goes. I think I have it upside down. No, this is right side up. I have some extra pieces that were gifted to me that I want to put in a stitch journal. These are gifts here. And this is just an extra piece, another extra piece. Some of these are not finished. I still have a weaving one that, okay. So, we'll start with this one. This is a technique here. Let's pull the signature out. And this was done, I think it's called reverse something or other, where you trim out, you stitch it down, and then you trim out the white. Here, let me take this off. I think I might have it upside down. I might have this entire piece upside down. No, I don't. There we go. I guess I was right in the first place. But you stitch all this together, and then you cut out, you stitch You do the stitching around, and then you cut. Like, see, this white backing fabric was where I cut the pink or orangey pink in here, and then the white shows. This is a technique that she taught. And there's nothing on the back of it. So this is toward the end. This is kind of not all put together. There's nothing on the back. I think I'm going to put this one in there on the... It'll be out of order, but that's okay. And I'll put this one here. So this one will go back onto here, onto the blue. I'm going to take this off because it's wonky. Let's get that off. Take that off. No, I think I'll leave that down. Pages get a little wonky. I think what I'll do is find some heavy tapestry fabric or something heavier than cotton. I don't know if I want tapestry. I don't want something real heavy, but I want it heavier than this. All right, this is just a cotton, a blue cotton. And I was asking Rebecca, I was at Rebecca's cell this afternoon, do you have any blue cotton? I'm out of blue. I looked all over for blue. So there's this piece, and then this was where it's palette stitching. You just take your orts and do satin stitches, and you make a little palette. And boy, this takes a long time. I got tired of doing palettes. I got that far. I got 2 complete rows, maybe 3/4 of another row, and a couple wonky ones in between. I don't know if I'll ever finish that. I kind of like it like it is, that it was making a palette of threads. And of course, I have no idea what the numbers of the threads or what type of thread. Probably DMC floss. Most of this is floss in here. Some of the heavier fabrics I might have crochet thread. There's nothing here. There is something here. This looks like, is this upside down? I think this might be upside down. I want that there. I want that next to that. Does this make sense? This doesn't make sense to me. This goes here. This comes over here. That goes like that. So let me take this piece. This was a gathered. No, this wasn't the gather. This is just a piece where we're stitching. What were we doing here? I think we were doing back stitches of running stitches or something. This was a technique she was teaching. Was it this side? I can't even tell the front from the back. This might be a backstory piece. I'm going to call it the backstory. This might be a backstory piece because it looks like the front and the back are almost the same. And for running stitches and back stitches. I think this is a backstory piece. I'm going to pin that there. And then I'm going to flip this and let's take another piece from... Do I have another piece that doesn't have a home? Here. Some of these don't have homes. Do I want these together? No, it's okay. We can put this here. This was sent to me by Deb Ham, and I did some little hexagons. This was a technique that she teaches where you cut out the circle. There's a teeny little circle in there. I don't know if you can see it. There's a teeny little circle in there, and then you put stitches around it. My threads pretty thick there, kind of like an eyelet stitch up here. And then I couched this. I didn't have much to work with up at the top, onto a piece of text fabric, put some hexes, put some little stitches in there. I'm going to put that right here on the back of, see some of this, toward the end, this gets into the fall months where I get really busy and I get distracted by a lot. And I think in October, November, I slowed down. December, I don't think I got much done. I'll have to go back and review some of these techniques. Some of this is just play. I think this was a play one. Now this one really goes against this one, but we're going to put that someplace else. This was a technique. This was her star again. And I chose a button. There's a cat playing a violin button in there. And then I just took scrap pieces and did them down in there. This was a technique of doing a folded star. It's a 4-square technique. This was something she taught. And then on the back of this is a piece that we were supposed to stitch our house. And this is pretty much looks like our house. I kind of went wonky on the front porch, but there's a room up here and a room there. There's actually another room over on the west side. That roof actually comes out a little bit more. This door faces the south. This door kind of faces the corner. You can't see the walnut tree. The walnut tree kind of got cut off. Got a bird feeder out there, little brick front porch, brick steps up to the front porch. I call those steps, there's no sidewalk there. There might have been one long time ago. And I got some walnuts. The walnut tree, you can't, this is the trunk, but it really comes down, it sits on the corner. But I didn't get it that far down. And then these little French knots in here are walnuts on the ground. That turned out pretty nice. It's kind of reminds me of my brother's house where we are now. I'm staying with my brother, for those of you who don't know. He gives me a roof above my head. I'm an old lady. You know, I haven't worked a full-time job for 10 years. I've retired 10 years ago. It's just hard to believe. It's hard to believe that I've been retired for 10 years. That's why I have time to do all of this. And then this piece is kind of a scrap piece, but it's just kind of pieces that are put together. Scrappy pieces. I think it might even go like this. I think this was supposed to represent a rock fence, flowers, just ground. It's kind of a scrap piece. I don't know if it goes like that or like this. Maybe it goes like this. It looks better this way. I think it was just something I was playing with. And there's nothing on the back. Oh yeah, there's this. This was something she taught too, I believe. I think it goes like this. There's a name for this, where you do that folding in there. All of these little pieces are folded. Some type of a technique, a folding technique. I had fun doing it. It's padded. I put a backing on it and then folded it over. I think that's part of what she taught. So I think I made a signature out of all of this. Let me pin this. I think I filled this signature, which is good. So there's that one. Now let me show you some of the things that I received. I think I got this from Ruth Lamb. She sent it to me. It's a stitched, freeform stitching, I think. Bookmark. Very pretty. I can't use it to when I read. I keep it in my stitch journal. This one was done by Janet Nash. Another bookmark. Very collaged together. And I think in here you can see some of her little teeny pieces in here that she uses. Little teeny pieces stitched on there. Very pretty, Janet. Both of them are very pretty. This is just probably a piece I received in the mail. This is just a piece of fabric, of doily fabric. And I think I got this from, I want to say I got this from Ruth Lamb too, but I'm not sure who gifted this to me. Somebody gifted this to me. It could have been Janet Nash. It's very stiff interfacing, and it's got buttons and there's fabric squares. Somebody gifted me this piece. So I kind of keep them with my volume 2. Now these are some stray pieces. Keep them as strays. This was just using open weave. I made these weaves in here and just used scraps. I think it goes this way. But these are actually, I actually stitched those in there. This is, I did the weaving, open weaving in there. And there's the back story. Could go like that. And this piece, this was something she taught too with folded hexes. She has a technique where she folds and puts little buttons in the center. This is my fabric, I recognize it. And this is a dragonfly. This was a scrap piece I had. And I made a big hexie flower. Put a little hexie there that I didn't get a button on. Here's a couched piece. Very thick cording. This is a heavy one. But here you can see her couching technique, where she has running stitches when she couches. She couches and she takes a running stitch, then she takes a running stitch. She comes this way, takes a running stitch, goes over, takes a running stitch, comes over, takes a running stitch. And then when you look at the back of her couching, you don't see the whipped pieces. You see running stitches on the back. It's heavy, but I finished it. These don't have signatures. This, I think, was where she was teaching how to cut. All of these little pieces are cut. This blue piece here was a piece of a napkin or a tablecloth placeholder, blue with floral in there. And then I had that white piece on top of it, and then you cut out pieces and stitch around your cut pieces to get different shapes. And then I did all this. You can't see it, but this has all running stitches in that white. It takes a while to do that. This was another technique that she taught, but don't ask me what it was. I think this was using different textures, because I have a piece of needle point off of a chair cover here, very thick, and then I have some eyelet here. I have an embroidered fabric in there. This is just cotton. Over here is kind of a upholstery piece, and then there's couching there, a very silky piece, and it looks like I did some seed stitch on just plain cotton. And there's the back story. I think this was representing different textures. Now I think I have a signature here. That's the back of it. This was weaving, and I used a very open weave piece, and you pull. What you would do, this was a bigger piece. This is just a piece of it, and you pull threads out of it. And as you pull your threads out, you get different colors. and then you thread them back in. What's on the back here? Nothing's on the back yet. So that's what this is. This one was hard to work with, but I do like the technique. All of this had threads in between them. And then if you flip this way, this was another technique that she taught with the, this was another technique, Dresden plate, I think, and hers, of course, hers was beautiful. I think I have, what, 2, 4, 6, 8. I think she had 24. This was a Dresden plate technique, but I could not deal with 24 little pieces. I could hardly deal with 8. That's what that was. Let me pin this one in. Oh, and here we go with the gold. I don't know if the technique was to use one color, but I sure do have all the gold on here to what's on the back. Oh, another. Let's take the pin out. Let's our pin down here. Let's take this one out. This one, I think this was using one color. And so I chose golds and yellows and different threads. Oh, and she chose how to twist this fabric and couch it down. I did pretty good with that. I don't do good with twisting fabric. She has it down to a science. This gold trim is not twisted by me, but this trail in here is twisted fabric. In fact, I think this yellow is the same fabric as you see where this yellow background is. I had a lot of it, and then I used gold in the background. I used a light gold silky and then running stitches. I like this piece because look how I framed it with that trim. All the kind of frames it off. Good job, Meri! I'm going to lay it here for a minute and flip the page. And this piece, whoops, this piece is white piece. Is that, yeah, that's part of the gold. This piece, I'm not sure what she was teaching here. I think she was teaching different lengths of back stitches. And then I just did it. Oh, look, it looks like she also taught some embroidery. That might be upside down. Because I think I got some stitching in there. I did the infinity stitch. She had another name, another symbol for her infinity. But I used the infinity loopy thing. That's an infinity symbol. And then I used different sizes of running stitches, satin type stitches. And then my quote was, imagination makes us aware of infinite possibilities. That's what that quote says. Imagination, am I out of frame? Imagination makes us aware of infinite possibilities. And I did a flip on it. This is the backstory here. And here's the infinity symbol. And I think that she was teaching a symbol there, because I think that's what it was. And then I carried it over to here. And she might have put a quote on hers, and I think I chose a different quote. All right, let's pin this one back together, so we have a nice little signature here. I'm just about done here. But I have to show you 2026 yet. And here, this was a technique that she taught too. Let me take this one off. This was a technique. And I struggled with this one because she used these little 4 patches across, not 4 patches, but these little inchy squares. And then she makes them match up with the triangles in there. And there's a technique to this. And mine got all wonky, so I put these big black buttons on there. But see, this should come to a sharp point, and it doesn't. It's flat on top. But I did my best. And as a beginning, I'm not a quilter. As a beginning stitcher, I'm happy with it. I think I finished it, and that was my goal, to just finish it. It's a nice piece. It'd make a nice little journal even. But we're not going to do that. We're going to leave it in my stitch piece. And on the back was, now this one I'm proud of. This is another fracture piece. This was actually a horse. I got the idea of the horse off of a Pennsylvania Dutch chest. Had this horse, and I didn't trace the design. I drew the design from off of the this is my freehand drawing of that horse on that chest. And then I put a saddle on him and put this trim. This is black trim. I have the same trim on my Society by Deal Collector journal. Put a flower on his tush. Kind of got different stitches in here and got all sorts of running stitches in the background. This is his mane in here. His mane is little tassels. And I don't know if you can see them. Little tassels for his mane. He's got a little blue eye. He's got a, what they call that goes on over the nose, hooks onto the reins. So that's the back piece of that signature. And these two get put together. Hold on. What do I have here? I got this one wrong. Let me put a couple of these blank ones in there. I got them wrong here. I wondered why I had so many extra pages. And these were techniques that she taught along the way. I know this one was, and this one was. I like these two pages together. The gold and the gold, the yellow and the gold. They make nice facing pages. That should be pinned down. And then this comes here and here. And I think the rest are just not in signatures. They're just flat pieces like these. And I'll put that there. This was the gathered piece. What you do is a big long strip. And you take running stitches all the way down. I think it was probably about 2 feet, 24 inches. And then after you get all those running stitches in, you have this big long piece with running stitches, and then you start gathering it. And you get a gathered piece like this. It's very interesting. Gathered piece. Gathers was the word. Gather. And then you can see this is my running, these are the ends of my running stitches here. You can see them in there. All my little gathers. All my little threads. That one was fun to do. It took me a long time. This was a boho piece, and I don't think she taught boho, but I had started a boho with Becky at one time, and I never finished it. And so I went ahead and made it into a piece that I could put into my 2024 stitch journal. And this is boho. I got the gold chains on it, a peacock in here, a little bird in here, a flower, a lace, kind of a lacy flower, some flat back pearls. Some of this is pinned on. And then there's a kind of a patterned napkin on the back, and on the back here is kind of like a mauve table runner piece type thing from India. So that's boho, and I think that's the end. I think that is the end of volume 220. That's what I have done, but there's more. I didn't get all of 2020. I said 22, it's 24. I didn't get all of it done because December rolled around. And I know I have a weaving piece that I didn't get finished. I wonder if I have a tie here. Hold on. I usually have one. Let's see if I can get my drawer open. That will. Is that too small? I have bigger ones here. I found these when I was sorting. I don't think I can get these anymore. I keep looking for these elastic pieces, but you can buy elastic. And I'm just going to wrap this up like this. Then I do think I want to bind these into a better journal. Let me see if I can't get this around it. Put these back in. So that's 2024. Ah, that's my 2024. Right there. I don't think those will fit in a 3-ring binder. So I might have to get a couple binders. Put these behind me. And let me show you where I am on 2026, but I'll come out and look at chat first. I'm keeping all my 2026 in this box. It's not all fabric. It's everything I need to stitch with. It's kind of my container. Let me put it up here while I look at chat. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Roseanne. Brenda says hello to Roseanne. Hi, Brenda. Lala says, remember, like, comment, share, subscribe. Debbie. Which Debbie came in? Debbie Ham? Hi, Debbie Epps. Hi, Debbie. I saw your notice that my Happy Mail is on its way, my auction stuff. I didn't buy much from you this month, but that doesn't mean that I won't next month. I'm still kind of in the process of sorting and cleaning. I probably overspent it at Jacqueline didn't have a sale this week, so I didn't spend anything with Jacqueline. I bought a few things from you, and I overspent with Rebecca. But Rebecca had a lot of neat things that she has odd things like rusted paper clips. And let's see, I think I bought some of her beads, and I bought a box that had a album in it that could be used for a journal. I'm just trying to think. Lots of fabric from her. Rebecca's good for buying fabrics from. And she was selling these Godly ladies' book pages. I grabbed some of those. Hi, Goldie. She says, I'm popping in to say hi. I'm not feeling too good. I'm going to take a boiling bath now. Well, enjoy that bath, Goldie. Thanks for popping in and saying hello, and say hi to Lori Beth for me. It's good to see you and Roseanne and Debbie and Brenda and Lala. Debbie says hi to everybody. Sylvia says love you. Zippity doo dah. Sylvia says I just found my cell phone. I accidentally made another journal and I'm trying to locate a place for it. I'm back to I'm back to top of chat. So let me show you what I have going for 2026. Now we're only into the letter C. Now see, I have this little journal, and this is kind of what I want to do. This is something I started this in 2023, I think. Could have been 22. But the reason I put it in there is I want to make a similar journal like this, with fabric on it, that I make notes of, and I want to make another one. I want to make 2 of them. And I want to make one for this, and I want to make one for the 2024, where I go back and I write down what the word was, what week it was. And I think I did a lot more commenting on, at one point, I was copying off all my comments because I was chatting with her. I was really kind of having a conversation with her. She's very easy to have a conversation with. Although she's pretty busy nowadays. I'll come back to that. But see, I have my, this I kind of put everything in this baggie. It's my scissors and embroidery threads. I got my needle threader in there, some needles. This is kind of like a little pack, but I don't always keep it like that. This is my original pack of, looks like I got some sticky on there, probably from this. It's just fabrics. I'm not going to take them out. It's fabrics and things like threads, and I think I have some applique pins and some needles. This was my original one before I found this box. This is the stitch scroll, and this is kind of, if I have time, I want to make a pattern of this. I'm going to reinforce these edges. This held a 6-inch, and I'm doing my page. She's doing it 2 ways. She's doing what she calls a through Z stitch journal. And what she'll do in each month, she'll do a week where she does a capital A, and the technique was applique. Then she asked for comments from the viewers, what should we do the second week? And so she did a small A, A through Z. The small A was from the viewers, and it was the AINU stitch. And I'll show you where I am on that. But what she did is her capital letters she's putting on a scroll. Her scroll, I think, is like 5.5. I think this is 6 in here. Maybe by the time you get done, it may be 7.5. It's almost as wide as this box. It fits in the box nice. But I want to reinforce these, so that's coming up. And then on her second week, she's not putting her small A's with the viewer. What she'll choose from suggestions from the viewers, or if she sees something she likes, she might use her own. But she's putting that in a stitch journal. And she makes a journal that she has pages that she actually, and I'm kind of cringing at how she's putting her pages in because she's using double-sided tape. And I don't care how acid-free your tape is. That tape is eventually going to dry out on her. In her 2024 stitch journal, she stitched her pages onto the pages, her pieces. And I thought about telling her, watch out, because that may be quality tape, but in 5 or 6 years, 7 years, you may find that tape. Even the best tape is going to dry out eventually. I felt like warning her, but I didn't want to get into a long involved, potentially conversation where other people would say, well, mine's holding together fine, you know, but wait 10 years. And I just know from experience, and your quality double-sided tape may last longer, but if you use masking tape, if you use painter's tape, if you use this tape that you get at the Dollar Tree, I use a lot of that Dollar Tree double-sided tape. It'll dry out in a couple years. Just as a word of warning to you guys, I'm using it because I like it, but I expect it to dry out eventually. Masking tape is going to eventually dry out. Now, if you glue on the back of your, use your tape and then use a glue to hold the tape in place, that might last longer, but she's not going to do that, and I don't want to get into a long, involved conversation about it. It's just my opinion that she would be better with her talent stitching those pages in. But that's just my opinion. And I'm not doing the book. I'm doing all of mine on a scroll, and this is some more fabric and threads and little needlework stuff that I have, slow stitch stuff. So that all fits in. I'm going to put this back in here. That all fits into here. Very nice. Very nice. And I think this is sticky from here. This has got some sticky on it that's holding that ribbon in place. I should probably put that on the bottom. And that won't crunch up my roll. No, that's okay. I can leave that in there. We'll put this on the bottom. Put this in here. Put this here. And this is, I'll explain these. I've explained my little book where I want to make something similar to this. So this is kind of my 2026 kit. I really do like keeping things in kits these days because there it is. I don't have to go hunting for it. Now, I want to show you what I'm doing for 2026. I'm just about caught up with her, not quite. And mine will go on that scroll. Here is, and ignore this, applique. This is going to go on the back. I'm going to do, one reason I want to write all those techniques down in a book is because I want to backstitch on this, even with fabric, all of the techniques. And I started out doing that, and then here's my applique block right. I'm going to show you this a block at a time. This is the capital A for applique, and I cross-stitched an A up here. And I'm doing my sampler style, capital A, small a, capital B, small b, capital C, small c. And you'll see the capital and the lowercase on next week's. But I got from, and I was saying I got them from Sherry Van, but I think I got those fabrics with the letters. If you zoom in, maybe I can zoom in a little because I don't have all that. Let me zoom in a little. This is about 5.5 inches this way, maybe a little longer. You can go short or long on the width because this will eventually be a scroll. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take some fabric, and it may be this or it may be linen. I have this out for a reason, but I'll use this as an example. What I want all those words for, and I don't know if I'm not going to stitch on this or whatever I use, because that's too much stitching of words for me. But I want on the front, this will be, when you pull it out, you'll get A. This will be what you pull first. I'm not going to attach this to the scroll until I get to Z. The lowercase z, which will be at the end of the year. So it'll continue to grow and grow and grow and grow. But at the front, what I'm going to start doing is I'll get me a big long piece, and it'll probably be a linen piece. It might be more than one. And I'm going to either write, if I use a cotton piece like this, I'll probably write it with ink, which is what I'll probably do, because I don't like stitching all the letters. It takes too much time. I'll stitch these. These will go on the back of this, and I'll show you that later. But I'll probably use a cotton piece, not linen, and write each technique and date it so that I know when I did this. The first week of January was this. The second week of January was this one. We'll get to that. So, and I'll just keep going A through Z. Now I could start over here, and I might, of my big long piece, just the same way as I'm doing this, A, B, C, D, E, and, you know, put the date, the week, the word was applique, and just make notes of it in here. But I know from experience that I won't get to it right away, so I want to make that little scribble journal to write all that down so I can transfer it to here. And we'll see how far I get with that during the year. But that's one reason I kind of have this out. This is kind of a brushed cotton. It's very soft. It's not a knit. It's got a hem there. It's not a knit. It's kind of feels like a brushed cotton. I don't know if that's what I want for what I got it out for. Okay, so this was A for applique right here. This is what she did. And it wasn't Sherry Van who sent me all these words. I think it was Dare Be. And I was saying at one time, last year, I didn't have a lot of fabric with words on it. And she sent me several pieces, small pieces. And these are just little pieces I have left of her words. Because I think she sent me this piece and this piece. I had this piece, and this is my tatting. And this is all applique. And I was going to do this for each one and attach it to the back. And I'm still going to attach it to the back. But Sylvia, when she showed her finished piece, said, well, she decided she was going to put the word stitched on here. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stitch that. And then on the back story over here, I'm going to attach this. And I was going to back this, and then I said, no, I want the back story. I want the back stitching to show. So I'll just attach. And it may not always be this big. This piece may be smaller. It's just what it is when I can get to it. So far I got A done, the capital A. The second week was a viewer choice, and it was Ainu, A-I-N-U, and that's a Japanese stitch technique, and they have all these symbols. Like this is some sort of a symbol that starts with the letter M. I can't pronounce it. I'm not Japanese. I did cross stitch a small A down here, and I used printer ink that I put in a spray bottle. I just dumped it from my little printer thing. That my printer is kind of halfway going now, but it's not printing quality. It's printing, as far as I know, it's printing blue and black. I haven't seen it print my yellow and magenta yet. So I think I'm going to end up kind of saving for a new printer. But anyway, I have all this ink. So I've taken a little of that printer ink, and I'm putting just a couple drops and mixing. It's water soluble. I mix it with water, and it makes this beautiful blue color. And then I lightened it because I wanted it. It actually is a darker blue, but I watered it down because I wanted it to kind of match this. This symbol, they stitch this symbol, and it's supposed to ward off evil. Well, that's okay. I'm not into that religion that they have, or that, you know, that's not my belief that a symbol can ward off evil. I had this fabric from Dare Be, and I didn't know how I was going to use it because it had all these religious words on it. And I looked at it, and it has the word faith in there. And I'm going, that's how I ward off evil, is through faith. My Christian faith, my personal belief is in God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit. I'm not going to preach at you, I'm just telling you that it worked perfectly because, you know, they legitimately have their symbol to ward off evil. But I can use that symbol and use the word faith to represent, and I'm going to put a cross, a little silver cross on there to represent my faith, my way of resist the devil and he'll flee with you. I was reading, what was it, Matthew 4 or Matthew 5, is where Jesus was being tempted in the desert by Satan, you know, all those temptations. And by the time Jesus went through the third temptation, I laughed because he says, "Away with you, Satan! Away with you!" It says that in the King James version. Away with you, Satan! I can't think of any other way to ward off evil than to quote Jesus and say, "Away with you, Satan!" And so I'm going to get a little cross and put on there. So this motif, all of a sudden, I wasn't really into this until I saw the word faith, and then it all came together. And I really do like this block. This was the second week, I believe, in January. Then she went to the third week, and I worked on this weekend. Let me pull these out to you. And it's the blanket stitch. And you can't see this very well, but it is a printed bee in there. And I just stitched it on there. I just did a running stitch around it. And then I stitched the word blanket. I'll be doing good to get my words stitched on there. I'm not going to stitch them on here. I'm going to write them on there. But I really I struggled at first with this technique. This is her organic back blanket stitch. And it's really beautiful. If you could take, and she showed a purse that she did. If you could take and block all of these off, look how, and just make a section and then, you know, put a border around it. That is really a beautiful, beautiful stitch. And it's not hard to do once you get the hang of it. You can just, and I'm thinking about doing a bigger piece. I was thinking about ways I could use it. Let's put it that way. And then she stitched, I just chose 3 colors. I pulled 10, but I said, no, I'm going to limit myself to 3. And I chose a blue, a coral, kind of a pinkish coral, and a black. And then I put a little tat down here, a little tat that I had hanging around down in the corner. But I was thinking, man, I would love to stitch a big piece, like a yard piece of just this organic, she calls it organic blanket stitch. Because it is the blanket stitch, but it's using different lengths and different ways to, different places where you put your needle. But it's all the blanket stitch. Very cool stitch. And I'm not sure where she learned it, if that's her technique. She likes it, she uses it a lot, but I'm not sure she invented it. And then this one I was working on today, and I'm about done with it. This is where you use, and there's a name for this. This is where you stuff this piece. Like I had put a, what was this blue, this dark blue? There's a dark blue in there. I think, I'm not sure where I got that. I'm not sure how I got it, but I cut it out. I'm not sure. This is the silky blue here. So that silky blue comes from there. I'm not sure where I got this dark blue circle, I'll have to look at her. I followed what she did. But anyway, after you cut your hole out, you actually cut the back of it out. I'm not sure how that blue got there. I have to go back and review what she did. But then you take a needle stuck with a thick yarn, and I actually had to use a drapery needle, and it was a big old long thing with a huge eye before I could get in there with my yarn. And you just keep putting pieces of yarn through this. You don't cut it like you do in the Italian style. I'm going, and I was struggling with, she had more of an open weave here. I had this silky piece. Yeah, I don't think it's silk. I think it's polyester, but it feels like silk, and it's got very fluffy threads over here that I love. But you just keep stuffing it, and it becomes puffy. And then after you get it all in there, then you poke it, the ends back in, and you can see where I was poking here. I got a little hole there. I don't like this technique. I'm sure the professionals do it much better than I do. And then there's what is called, it actually goes this way. The technique, the word she used was bubble. She used the word bubble. Now, I don't know if I'm going to put the word bubble on here, but they're all circles. This was a twisted fabric in here, and she got this from a technique that a lady that she saw at one of her shows. She goes to a lot of fabric shows, and her name was Peggy Burns, I think. I'm going to call it the Burns technique on in my list of words. But what you do is you twist your fabric tight, and what I did is I twisted it as I went, and then you couch it down. And I suppose you could cut out in there if you wanted, but there's different ways to do that. I think we did that in 2024 too. This is what I cut out over here. This, and I just used it as a bubble right there. It actually come out of here. But I'm not sure where that blue piece came from. And then this is just back stitch, the word B for back stitch. And I had another tatted piece here. These reminded me of bubbles. And this was my own tatting. And I just stitched it down and go, these are bubbles. And these are bubbles. This is, you can't see it very well. Or you might see it better than I do because of the camera light. This is called the basque. I think it's spelled B-A-S-Q-U-E, something like that. And this is a fun stitch to do. I did it here for the very first time ever. I kind of am learning it. And then I did it around here. She did hers around her stitch there, her padded stitch. Then she also showed how to do the bullion. I haven't done the bullion stitch on here yet. And then she filled hers with seeding stitches. And I'm not going to make tiny seed stitches, but I think I will put seed stitches in here. So this is something that's still in progress for me. That's the, let's see, this is the first week in February. Is this the second week? Let's see, today is what, the 8th. So I think this is the second week. You know, she does it by week. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. Now she has also done C, her capital C, and I need to find a small b for this. Her capital C is couch. And what I decided to use is I have this piece of 32 count linen that I got from my, oh you guys, I've got a box coming from my Stitcher friends down in Missouri. I have a Stitcher friend, well she's everybody's friend, she's in the group. I'm not part of the group anymore, but I buy from her. She runs a stitchery site where she resells stitch items, that patterns and fabrics and things like that people either don't want or the patterns are done with. They've already stitched them, so they're reselling them. and passing them along to somebody else. It's like an it's not, it's something she runs for the group. I don't think it's only for the group. People contribute things, like if I had some extra things in my stash I wanted to get rid of, I could send it to her and she'd resell it. I just let her keep it. But this is a 32 count linen piece, and it's very pretty, and it is going to go, let's see, this piece will come here, and this piece will come here. I don't have this attached yet because I'm not done with it. But this piece will go on to there. And then this piece will come on to here. And the word for this particular week is couch. And I'm going to be finishing up this one and work on the capital C for couch. And then I've had this kind of a flossy ribbon thing around forever, and it just goes beautiful. I'm going to couch some of this down. And I don't know if I'll find anything else to put on here. If I find it, fine. If I don't, I'm not sure how I'm going to couch it, but I'm going to work on this week. And then every Monday is when this is K3 and Cloth Tales. Every Monday she puts up a new letter, and tomorrow will be Monday will be the small C. I don't know what she's going to pick, but I hope to get this one done. Couching is not hard. I'll get this one done next week, and hopefully I'll get the small C done, and I'll be all caught up with her. And this will all go on a scroll, and I'll just keep adding to the scroll here. Put all that away. I don't know what this retailed for $4.50, but I think that was on sale. The linen piece for $4.50 is a bargain. This is nice linen. This is real linen, and it'll fit on here. Just practically fits on the fold here. I might have to go down a little, except it'll go this way. And you'll keep adding to your scroll until you get to Z. And then I'll wrap hopefully I'm going to work on my scroll. I'm going to finish this. I'm going to work on my capital C. Hopefully her small C won't be too involved. I'll get that one done. And I want to work on the ends of that. So I got my slow stitch. Making good progress on my slow stitch for 2026, and I'm hoping that I can keep up with her. I'm hoping that I can keep up with her. And I fall behind when I get busy. This goes on the back of here. I'm just going to pin it on. I got to stitch more words. I want to make my little journal to keep track of the words and the dates. And I should sign this someplace in here. Maybe I'll sign it at the beginning or the end. So this goes like this. These go back into the plastic. So what time is it? It's 8:48. I go until 10. So I have time to do a calendar page, which was what I was going to do tonight. I just was so oh no, I have to show you my tatting yet. I'm not going to do the calendar page yet. I'll put this away. I wanted to do something with this, but I'm not sure this is the right. This is more of a brush cotton. I think it's cotton. It almost feels like a knit, but I don't think it's knit. It feels like a brushed cotton. It's very soft. I'm not sure that's what I want to use. What I want to show you now, and this is just tatting that I found while I was looking through for my slow stitch. This is not all. Oh, I have some stamp. This was a stamp that I carved. The scissors. This is one of my carved stamps. I carved this scissors, and I stamped him on here. A scrap piece of fabric. I'm very happy with how this turned out. I think I want to do more of this. Maybe with my cat and dog, my cat and owl stamp on fabric. Rebecca Wills does a lot of words stamping on fabric. All right. This was just a little tag that I stitched. And this is just a little linen napkin piece. But this is a doily that I tatted, one of my ending projects, I think, from last year. I tatted this. I think I'm going to, this is needle tatted. I have some, I'm still learning about the turning. It's one of the things I'm working on. But I'm very, very proud of this. I'm very, very proud of this piece. It's something I actually finished. But I think I need to stiffen it. Otherwise, and I see that my tatting, I think this is probably 20 count thread, size 20 thread rather than the 10. When you tat when you start tatting, you start with a size of thread that you can handle. Most instructors tell you to start with a size 10 thread, and where I was saying my other tats were wonky, I was using a larger thread, so it's not quite as tight. This is tighter. I think this is a size 20 thread. And I think this was an ending project from either last year or the year before. I just happened to find it in my stack of stitching. Then I also found this little scroll thing. It's a felt piece, and it has several of my tatted pieces in here. And if Allie Kay is in here, I haven't seen her in here. I don't know if she's popped in yet. I did all these little tatted shamrocks. And I have several of these, but I don't think I have enough to go around. And I found them. I lost them. And I found them, and I know Allie Kay kept asking me, you ever going to send the shamrocks, Mary? You ever going to send the shamrocks? Maybe I'll send one to Allie Kay. But I found one in this scroll. Get this paper out again. This is a Christmas wreath that I did one year. And this one I stiffened. Most of them I didn't stiffen. Looks like I got a piece hanging off of it here, tangled up in there. One year I sent out Christmas cards that had a wreath on the door, and on the inside I put these little tatted wreaths. This one I stiffened. So if you got a tatted wreath from me, just be aware that I'm still learning. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. And this is just a little green tat that I had. And then as you open up, this was a bat. This was a pattern in the online tatting class. The website, they have free patterns. If you're a member of the group, you can get two. And this somebody, I don't know who the designer is right offhand, but I think I showed this on my post tab and I've credited the designer. But this just happens to be the piece that I created from it. It's a bat. See there, here are his wings, his little ears and his head and his little feet. And I put him on a yellow moon and used the blanket stitch and the chain stitch, the chain with the Picasso, and then the blanket stitch. It might just be I think it's a blanket stitch. Yeah, it's a blanket stitch around the circle. If you could see, there's a blanket stitch in there. And French knots. Spent some time on him. And if you open up, hopefully open him up the right way. Here's just a little piece of tatting that I did. I'm not sure what it represents. Just a little chain that I did. Probably all wonky with threads in between him and everything. Looks like he he's out of shape here somehow. Might have been a mistake. But I like him. This little guy, he's just like, let's put him this way. All the birds on the line. I think what this was, I was using different sizes. Like different size of rings. This is a tiny one. This one goes a little larger. This one's a little larger. This one's larger, and real large. I think this was a design project. We were discussing how to chart this in the design class. But you know, this reminds me of birds on a telephone line. There's always one. There's always one that's upside down. There's always one. We'll put them there. And as you come down, what do I have here? I got notes here. I made some notes on this. Rosette with folded join. I was learning the folded join on these. Let me just pull one out. Oh, the others are coming out too. And these are different tatting techniques that we learn. This is all needle tatting. I'm not talented with the shuttle tatting yet. And my hands don't cooperate with the shuttle. And I think this is probably my best one up here. And that might be the back. And of course I didn't tie in my ends. But there's a folded join. And the folded join you use at the very end when you're doing something circular, because you have to put this to this to tie those two together. That as you're putting it together, you have to fold it and join it that way. There's a way to fold it, and they call it a folded join. And I think I did about 3 of them here. Looks like no, I've still got hanging threads. So I was practicing my folded joins. This might have been my first one. He looks a little wonky here. Looks like I goofed him up. Maybe, yeah, I think I goofed on him. He's a little wonky in there. I'm going to put those back in there. These need to all go in a journal. That's what that is. Now I've been making these. Oh, here's an icicle. This is I call it the Jacqueline chain. Katia said, Mary, you keep calling it the Jacqueline chain. It's the Josephine chain. And this is, you can make these little chains, and they're just done with one stitch, and you just do the same stitch over and over and over, and it gives a twist. And I've been making icicles. This is an example of one. Then I've been doing these trees. This is a pattern in the pattern library, and don't ask me for the designer's name because I don't carry it on the tip of my tongue. But if I have a post, I put the designer's name. I think I did several of these trees. I was learning how to do them. These are with a smaller thread, and this is with a larger thread here. And see the difference? Same pattern. This is a larger thread, and these are with smaller threads. Looks like I have a I'm trying to learn how to do the Catherine wheel. I have not mastered the Catherine wheel yet. I might want to start rolling this up again. Let's do it this way. Well, maybe not. This is another, see, this was with a size 10 thread, and it's a snowflake, but it's also, it needs to be stiffened. But if you look at this doily, this is with a size 20 thread, and it's much more contained. This one's kind of wonky, and even the chains and the rings feel looser. It's a larger thread done with a needle. This is much tighter. It's a smaller thread done with a smaller needle. It still needs to be starched or just stitched down on a piece of paper or something. But this was a snowflake. I'm still learning things. I'm not a master tatter. Katia, I told Katia I felt like I'm a little bit more than a beginner, but I think I said I was an advanced beginner or a novice. And I think she called me an advanced novice. I don't think I'm intermediate yet. Here's another tree. I was experimenting with ways to do the trunk. They did a block in here, and you can see I eventually went to this, just doing it there. But I was trying different ways to do the tree trunk. And here you can see the same thing. Here I did a little more roundy. Here I did it a little. Here I made it smaller. I kind of like this one. So I did several of these trees. Here's a little motif I did, another rosette. Probably with the folded join again. Uh-oh, now where's this going to? No, it still goes this way. Here's a green tree. I'm spilling my rosettes. Are they all there? This is a tree I did with green thread, and I gave up. I said, I can't see it. But it's good to experiment with colors of thread. This is one of my beginner ones. It's kind of wonky in the top there. This side mimics this side. Once you understand this side, then you just do the reverse on the way down. This stitch matches that stitch. This matches that. This one matches this. This one matches this. And this one got all wonky. Here's some more of the... Oh, there's another tree. Hold on. It's another tree. As I was learning here, I decided not to put a trunk on it. And I stopped in here at the center. I didn't like that at all. I was trying to figure things out with these trees. Here's another Catherine wheel I was trying to learn. This one's not bad. Have not mastered my Catherine wheels yet, but they're getting there. They're kind of a spiral stitch. Here's another tree. Kind of lost my chain in there. The tree one I've worked a lot on. Here I've kind of clumped up my stitches there. It's not so bad on this side. And these are just, I think, are just some test pieces. Oh, I think I was learning the chain ring there, ring chain, chain ring. Is that what you call it? Split chain. Split chain technique on this one. This is a little piece I tatted. Probably had, is this? This is kind of wonky. Playing wonky play. Here's another tree. See, I was working out how to do this, and I wound up doing them like this, which I think is a good solution. And I think I'm at the end over here. Let me grab these. Another icicle, a longer icicle. Along Josephine. I want to call it Jacqueline. I was calling it Jacobean for a long time. It's another ring. I think I was just learning the true ring there. This is just a motif. God knows what I was doing, playing. And I think that's the end of my tatting. So let me, oh, there's a pink one in there. Let me roll these up. Let me put these rosettes in here. These should all go in a stitch journal. Looks like I got some more. And this was doing a turning corners. Turning corners. We'll put that there. Got some falling out little pieces there. So, this is not a stitch journal or a stitch scroll. It's just something I was keeping my stuff in as I was going along. A little green piece. I have a beginning stitch journal, but I also have a tap journal, a beginning one with all my beginning attempts where I was learning what a chain was, what a double stitch was. I think this is probably the piece de resistance for me. I think this was done at the end of 2024. I'm very proud of it that I actually got to. I think this is the 7th row. This is a pattern out on the online tatting group. I think I got to the 7th row on it. So there is where I am with tatting. I think I'm going to take this and fold it up in like this. And that's just a piece of silky fabric. And I think I have a wraparound. Is this gonna fall out? No. There we go. I think I have a piece, a small piece, a smaller piece. Come on. Where are my small ones? I tucked them down at the bottom, I think. Hold on. Try to put too much in my drawers at once. Hold on. I want a smaller. There we go. One of those. One of those. Let's see which one works. About crunching it up. That one's too big. Dare B. Many of you might know Dare B. I see her more in Dee Dee's. She is an excellent tatter. She is doing a wonderful stitch journal. I think she does shuttle tatting. I think she does some needle tatting. But boy, you should see the things she shows. She says she's not a, she says she's just a beginner, but she's an advanced. She does an excellent job. So there's my chatter on the tat. I hope that you guys are able to see that. I hope I didn't get out of frame. I might have been in frame showing, out of frame showing all of that. Was I out of frame? Teresa said it's all beautiful. Was I out of frame showing the tatting? I look out of frame. I didn't have it way up here. I had it down in here. I might have been out of frame showing that. I'll have to show it again sometime. I'm not going to go back. So it is 9:10. Roseanne said good night. Good night, Roseanne. Sleep tight. Have a great week. I'm going to do a couple pages in my calendar art journal. Today is the 8th, February 8th. I need some scrappy scrap. I need some glue stick. Let's see what I have for scrappy scraps. Here. I got some red tissue. It's February. I saved off some February stuff here. What that was. Some tissue. That was just a watercolor pad. Transparent art journal page. Let's take these pins and put them in here. I need some scrappy scraps. I haven't been in here, you guys. I kind of didn't even come in here for 2 or 3 days, so I don't know where everything might be. I don't know where everything is. I'm sure I have scraps. I'm sure I have scraps. That's not hard to find scraps. This is some of Rebecca's scraps. Let's play with those. And the red tissue paper. I think I might have been out of frame when I was showing all my tatting. I really apologize for that. I should look over here at chat more often. All right. Let's see. That's February 17th. That's January, February 3rd. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got some sticky. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Says, he surrounds me with loving kindness and tender mercies. He fills my life with good things. Well, I certainly have a lot of good things. This is a Beauty of Friendship calendar. It does have spiritual Bible references in it, but not all of it. So let's see what I want to pull here. I think I went through and pulled some stuff, but I just might pull from my pull. See what I can find here. Some interesting stuff. Some text. And like some postage stamps. We'll start with this. So one thing that I like to do is the print on this calendar is way too light for me. So I fill in the date. I don't bother with the quote. And you can see on the pages that I did, I darken the date. So let me, oh, that F is pretty. F. And of course, it's not going to be perfect, but I can read it. I can't read this really light text. I don't know why. And I've noticed the magazines. It's one of my pet peeves with these newer magazines. Are they afraid to make a darker ink? Why does it have to be a light color? Can't they print it in a bold ink? All right, February 8th. And I think I'm going to, I saw this one with the map here. I like the map. I think I'm going to cut that. Kind of, that red kind of borders the gives it a nice little border. Now tomorrow is Monday. Monday, the beginning of a new week. It'll be February 9th tomorrow. And Dee Dee, I don't know if Becky's coming in on the mornings. If she comes in on Monday mornings, she'll come in around 6:45, 6:30, 6:45 Eastern, early in the morning, her time, Eastern. Dee Dee comes on at 8:30 Eastern, and she's on until about 11:30 Eastern. Hold on a minute. I might have to put you guys on silent, pause you for a minute. I'm going to mute you for a minute. Okay, you're unmuted. I had some mucus in my throat. I didn't want you to hear me cough that up. Lingering cold. Lingering cold. Although I haven't been sneezing and coughing, but every now and then I get a buildup of mucus in my throat. I'm looking for a... I can use that paper that I was using. Here. Hold on. Let me grab it. A paste sheet. Then after Dee Dee comes on, Janet Young comes on, I think at 1 Eastern, 12 Central. Janet Young. She's the one who's doing the scavenger hunt and game that everybody's participating in. I'd be so far behind on that. And she's on for about 3 Eastern, is it? Barb Owen comes on in the afternoon and late evening. Dana Yates comes on in the evening, and then I lose track. I'm looking for a glue stick. We'll use this one. So there's your Monday. I want to do some more slow stitching on my B page and hopefully start my couching. I might start my couching anyway because I can do that. That's not going to be hard for me to put the couching together. And of course I watch K3N Cloth Tales will be on tomorrow. She won't be live. She does videos. She should go live. I think she should do a membership, but I'm not gonna instruct her. I think she'd do really good. Some of you guys over there in London, you get a lot of support from your viewers. You would do really good. Of course, the monetization would probably be different. I don't know about the monetization, but some of you guys have really good support over there in the UK. I think UK viewers support the folks a lot more. I was talking about that one day, and somebody said, well, they're not as big as the United States, but they seem to support their channels. Who's the other one? Janet Nash gets a lot of support. I admire that. I'm not complaining. I admire it. I think that's a good thing. And I really do think of some of those channels that have 30, 40,000 viewers all of a sudden, or subscribers all of a sudden pop up, should try some memberships. I think, yeah, you might be surprised at it. But it is work. I will tell you that. It you know, if you're going to do a membership, you do have a certain amount of you know, doing videos and live streams, and but look at me, I'm way behind on that too. So now, shall we do some words in there? I think I'll do some words. That one doesn't quite fit all the way across. This is it's text, but it's kind of not what I wanted. Let's see. But I don't have to go all the way across. I do on this. But if I kind of center it, then I could put something that way. I think I'll do that. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I don't plan these things out. I pull stuff and say, how does this work? What can I do? So I'm planning on putting this text. I know something about my cup overfloweth, so I think that goes good on this page. This is part of Psalm 23. This is the ending verse of Psalm 23. I shall dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life. So this fits on this page. This is Psalm 10 here, but it's a psalm, so seem to be doing the Bible tonight on this page. We'll put a heart in there. Yeah, I've been having fun with the slow stitch. I also want to work in my commonplace journal. So if you're a part of my membership, I want to do a video. I want to get some videos or impromptu live streams going. So I might do that sometime next week. I don't know when. It'll all be impromptu. So, but if you can't make it, if I do it at a time that you're not online, you can, if you're a member, you can watch the replay. All right, I think I'll do some pink in here. And this is double, I think. I think this came from Miss Lori, Pink Girly. Miss Lori, Pink Girly. I don't know for sure. Could have come from Rebecca. I could have pulled this from Rebecca's stuff. I don't know where I got it, but it's crooked. I made it nice and crooked. Rebecca had a lot of nice things for sale today. I posted a link to her sale. If you go out there and kind of browse through her sale and email her, she also did a pre-sale type thing, I think, of beads. She does beading. She gives if you're interested in anything, like those Godly's pages, Godly's lady book pages, a set of 10 pages for $3. That's a good price. And I had some from before, and I was reading from them, and some of them have text on, or pictures on them. Some of them have text. Most of them have text, but the text is interesting. It's interesting because it's relating to a lady. Ladies, godlies, ladies. Let's see, let's put that. Shall we put it all the way down? I think I shall. Looks like I didn't get this glued. Let's put this in here. Should put this under it. And all I'm doing is kind of just playing in this calendar, using up my scraps. I saw Becky had some scrap art that she made little. I think they looked like they were Twinchies. I didn't watch I don't know if it was a short that she did or if it was a stream. I don't know a video. I just saw the picture of her scrap art. Might have been a thumbnail that I was looking at. I'm not sure. Whoops. Well, I'm gonna leave it. Maybe I'll put a little heart in there. And I'll put one over here on this side. Use up your scraps. And with Meri, I don't have enough of my own scraps. I have to buy them from Rebecca, too. I bought a big old bag of her scraps. I'll tell you, there's nothing more interesting than scraps from another person. Because they have things you don't have. They have things that you don't have in your stash. And their scraps are interesting. That's not on there straight, but it's on there straight enough. Now this and this, I think I'll outline. I think I'll go with my darker pen here. It doesn't have to be perfect because I'm not perfect, so if my art's not perfect, it reflects me. I don't claim perfection in any sense of the word. Kind of dressing up the page with my scraps. Now I'm debating whether to come down here or there. I think I'll go here. All right, I'm liking that. Kind of gives it a frame. Now, got some red tissue. Let's put the cap on my glue stick. Where was the cap? Don't know if I can cut a little heart out of this. Can hardly fold it. I'll try this first. See if I can get a heart. Hard to turn that tissue paper. I should have put a paper under it. Where did it go? Oh, it's still in there. It's got a little point. Still has a little point over here. I think if it's not bad, but let's put a little piece of paper. I find that it stabilizes it. Even this, I should have paper behind it. Take a piece of scrap paper. I might have to pause you again. I've gotten mucus in my throat. All right. So see, I put a piece of paper under there. And it just is much easier. Got to hold on to it. Maybe cut this off. I lost it. I lost it. I lost it. Oh, come on. Maybe if I cut on this side, I can see where I'm going better. Hard to open it up. Come on, open up. Open your heart. Open your heart. Doesn't want to open his heart. Where's a pen? Penelope, lend me your pen. That only half? Oh, there we go. Just trying to open it from the fold. No wonder. Now I lost the other heart. Here he is. So let's do that one more. I want to learn this technique. I think if this kind of got foldy. If I cut from the paper, let's cut a strip here and fold it in half. And I was trying to cut the tissue. If I cut on the paper side, let's fold this. make it less traumatizing for me with my shaky hands. So if I put this here, see, and on the back I have my tissue on the front. And you could draw your heart. I'm just cutting these freehand. So let's cut a heart on the paper side, not on the tissue side. And the tissue will get cut with the paper. And it's much easier to handle it. Just a little hint. I kind of learned a fussy cutting technique. Not really fussy cutting, but... And then you get your heart. Got a little, maybe a little bump there. And Penelope. Lend me your needle. That's a big needle, Penelope. What are you doing with that big needle? She said, you gave it to me. All right. We'll put this one. Put it up there. We'll put this one here. Let's turn that one over. Right. We'll save that one for another time. Put that one there. I think that's about all I need. But this was a good learning technique. So cut your paper, fold your paper, put it over your tissue. You could do the same for napkins if you're cutting napkins. Fold your tissue the same width as your paper and cut your paper. It's a lot easier than trying to cut the tissue by itself. Just a little lesson for anybody that's interested. Let's put these down. We'll just put some glue in there. That down. Probably get more glue on there than I want, but it's sticky there. Probably glue those pages together. I was thinking. No, I quit thinking, Mary. We'll save that. I like that. That's for today, February 8th. I got time to do one more page. February 7th says, this is a quote from Helen Keller. She says, when I recollect the treasures of friendship that has been bestowed upon me, I withdraw all charges against life. Ah, so when I recollect the treasure of friendship that has been bestowed upon me, I hereby withdraw all charges I have against life. If much has been denied me, much, very much has been given me. So long as the memory of certain beloved friendship lives in my heart, I shall say life is good. Oh, Helen Keller was blind, but she eventually learned to communicate. Life is good, she said, because of the beloved friendships. And let's see, let's get rid of these scrappies that I seem to make a mess. You could collage all these down, but I'm not going to. I'm going to toss them like a good girl should. All right, So let's start by darkening the February 7th. That was yesterday. February 7th. And let's see what I have that I want to put on there. I'm already tired of what do I have? I have some, I want some color other than red and pink. I have some postage stamps. A lot of scraps yet here. I have still that map. Red. I have all this red string. That won't go in here yet. Let's see if I can find something interesting. I pulled some collage papers from Tim Holtz. I got an order coming from him, but they're out in the other room. The papers that I pulled. I don't want to get up now and go get them. There's a heart. I think I'll save that for future work. Let's see what's in the bag. What do I have in the bag? Oh, you know, I have some of this stuff. I really like this quote. And into the forest I go, to lose my mind and find my soul. I love that quote. I think I put the things that I pulled on this side of the page. Oh, look, I've got some stamps. Let's pull this out. Let's see what I saved. I've got some blue there. Let's pull this. See what's in here. Anything else? Is there anything else? There's a little postage stamp. Let's pull that postage stamp. All right. I see this little guy sticking out at me. Some blue tissue paper. I like that. I think that's a dyed copy, probably from Miss Jacqueline. I got an M. Ooh, I like this. That might be something I'll use. A lot of neutrals in here. This little postage stamp I might use. A lot of neutrals. That blue. And some music. It's another possibilities. Possibility. I ordered a package of ledger paper from Rebecca. I'm looking for color. I'm looking for color. This looks like some stripes that she glued down on paper. There's a postage stamp and some stickers. All right. Let's put this stuff back. I kind of like that blotch of red. I'll probably only get one more page done, so I'm going to put all this other back in the bag. I'll keep the pinks out, keep that piece of text out. I won't use all of that, but scraps. I have a whole box of scraps over here that I'm just using what I pulled out of the bag tonight. I ain't gonna open that box. I have scraps all over the place. Barrels of scraps, you can't throw them away. I was thinking about my storage unit in Wisconsin. 10 years I haven't used that stuff. I probably should have somebody go and sell it. Shut my eyes while it's being done. All right. So February 7th. What I have, I kind of like this, but it's not really going to fit on here unless I put it down way below and trim it almost too much. I have a piece of matte fabric which could go almost in there. Not quite. The music could go in there though if I trim the music. I like the idea of putting the music in there, so that's a possibility. I like the idea of maybe doing some blue on this. So, if I take this circle off here, and I'll use that for something else. And this doesn't have to be perfect. I don't know if coffee filter will tear. I haven't tried it. I would think that it would. But we're going to put the blue down here. I'm going to try something. Fold it there so I can see the crease. Fold it here. And then I'm just going to cut. Where's my crease? I like that. Now, shall I do something similar up at the top? Ooh, I love that spot. That's a cool blue heart. Can you see the heart in there? I see the heart. Look. Can you see the heart? Let's cut it out. She made a heart right in the middle of this coffee filter. I gotta have it. Oh, I see another one over here. It's harder to see it though. This paper's a little more, this is a coffee filter. It's a little bit easier to cut than that tissue paper. Come on. I'm going to snip that off. Use all the heart. I'm going to use that. Let's put this down. I'll build this as I go. I don't know where I'm going with it, but I'm going. Because I've only got, what, 9 minutes here. So let's just put it together. February 7th, this is a quote with Helen Keller. She says she withdraws all charges against life when she recalls the treasures of friendship. So there you go. Treasure your friendships. Now, which side do I want to use? Let's just use this because I have it. Or maybe I want it this way. I like that. All right. Will that tape measure fit in there? No. It'll fit up there. It'll also fit there. I like that. What else do I have here? Got this I have the music. The music will fit in there. Let's cut a strip of music. Don't be afraid to cut up your scraps. This is a bag of scraps that came from a bag of scraps that I got from Rebecca. Alright, the music goes in there. I like that blue. Where's that other piece? I'm wondering if I can take a bit of this. I wonder if it'll tear. No, I don't think it's going to tear. I'm going to fold it. Like so. And cut maybe there. And put that there. Let's go ahead and put the music down. I don't know if you guys can see it. If you're on a mobile, you can pinch and zoom in. You should be able to see a little of what I'm doing. And let's put this down. Kind of breaks up that blue. And let's see, I want this blue strip up here. right in there. And I've still got my blue heart. Let's see. Let's take some of these words. Don't have another strip of words. But if I fold this in half, I should be able to get, will it fit? It should. Oh, look, it almost fell apart. Put that there. And this one, let's put this one over here. I don't like that strip. I'm going to tear it off there. That's better. Get that little piece off. All right. Let's and all I'm doing is kind of framing this out, but I'm using my scraps. I also have a postage stamp. Got scraps all over the place. I think I put something under this desk, but I can't remember what. I put something under here to flatten it out. I don't know what it was. I guess Tuesday morning I'll take my desktop off and see what I put under there. Now, I think she needs to be put on something. Where's my blue heart? Maybe that red heart? I've got a red heart over here. If I can get them off with my finger. Let's put the blue heart here. Right down in there. Maybe the other way. I kind of like that. It's hard to put glue on this. I'm going to try it though. If I put it on the page, it sticks to the page above it. Let's see if I can get this in here. I'll draw around it. And then this, I might have to cut it. No, I can put it right there, and I'm going to put that postage stamp above it. And I don't know if I can put glue on this, but I'm going to try. And my fingers stick to it. Glue sticks to everything. Get off of it. Huh. It's kind of a one and done thing here. You want to put it this way. Get my finger off of it. Sticky glue. And I'm going to put this postage stamp here. kind of sets off, the heart kind of sets it off. And then on this one, I don't think I need much. I think I'll just outline it. So let's get my pen. And we're gonna draw on this heart. We're going to draw on this heart. And I'm going to draw down this way. And I think I'm going to call that done. I think I'm happy with it. And let's see what I have left. I have these scraps. I have a piece of text. Scrap. I think I'll throw those away. I have this and this. We're going to save that. We'll put them in here. Maybe we will. We have some tissue paper. We have a filter. We have music. And music. A stamp. A little scrap. A little symbol. That would have looked nice on there, but I'm not gonna use it. And we have the big string. And what's left over here is scrap. So I did a flip of my 2024 journal and stitch journal and kind of talked about it a lot. I showed you where I am on my 2026 one. Showed you with them. And then I did 2 calendar pages tonight. I had happy mail from Jacqueline and Carol. Thank you, ladies. And it is 10:03. So I want to thank those of you who came in tonight. Hi, Christina. Welcome in. Hi, Allie K. What did she say? Allie K said, that's okay, Christina. I don't know Violet. Sorry, Miss Allie. I did see Violet in on one of Becky's pages. Are you talking about the Violet from Iowa? She is around. I think I saw her in a comment on one of Becky's. If you see her, you'll probably see her in Anwar or Becky's pages. She is around. Allie K. And hi, Allie K. It's good to see you. Hi, Kathy Whitney. Oh, and Ann's lives. There's Kathy. Yeah. You'll probably see Violet more in Ann or Becky's pages or streams. Her brother just had major surgery. She's in Tennessee with him. Oh, okay. Well, I hope that all goes well and that she gets back okay. Thank you, Kathy. It's good to see you, Kathy Whitney. Let's see. What's up above? Christina, welcome in. Kathy Whitney, Allie K. Who else? Carol. Hi, Carol. Carol, thank you for the card. I don't know when you sent it, but it came today. The New Year card, the Happy New Year card came today. Thank you so much for it. I surely do appreciate it. It was a postcard. Do you remember? She says, of course, I sent it on New Year's. I don't know how your mail situation is in Canada these days. Welcome in, Carol. Let's see. Carol said good hi to everybody. Christina says, brilliant. Write it down. I thought, how fitting. Yes, I made that up. What did you say? Christina says, I'm always making my scraps into smaller and smaller scraps. Isn't that the way it goes? You have all these scraps and you make scraps from your scraps and then you use those scraps and make more scraps. I do tend to throw away this stuff. Now here's some music. You could probably use those pieces of music. But I got it in the scrap pile here. I do tend to say, okay, enough is enough, Mary. Enough is enough. I'm going to throw these things away, even that little bar of music. I don't know if I can throw that away or not. I'm going to save that one out. They never end up. They just go on forever. Fearless. Allie K says, I like the tape measure. Friendship is hard to measure. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I'm going to write that down. Allie K, thank you so much for that. You made that up. I'm going to write that down on here. Friendship is hard. And I'll credit you, Allie K, to measure. And I'll put Allie, and I'll write your last name here, but we'll just call you Allie K. Thank you, Allie, for that. I lost you. Lost chat. Kathy said, did you receive my Christmas card this year, Mary? I think I did, Kathy. I would have to go back and look. I did receive a lot of Christmas cards. I can't recall yours right offhand, but I'll bet you if I looked in, I'll go through that bucket of Happy Mail maybe Tuesday morning. And I really need to do something with my Happy Mail, at least sort it out. I have a bucket, and it needs to probably go into a box and start another bucket, a 2026 bucket. I think she lived in Wisconsin. I said Iowa. She did live in Wisconsin. She lived, I believe, in Watertown, Wisconsin, which was east of Madison. Yes. LAK. I said Iowa. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've chatted with her. And it looks like she's going through some things with her brother right now, according to Kathy. So we're all going through stuff. We get older, we go through stuff. Let's see. I think I did receive your card. I think I'll grab my Happy Mail Tuesday morning and go through it. My goal now is tomorrow to work on my finishing up my B block, my small B block for the stitching. Do the C couching, which will be I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. And then K3N Cloth Tales is who I follow. And whatever she has for the small C, I probably won't get to until later in the week. But I want to get caught up with that. And then I want to make some little scribble journals to keep track of the words and the dates, the weeks. And then I want to go through my 2024 that I went through tonight and sort all of those out. Think about how I'm going to bind them. Find out which ones toward the end of the year need to be completed. So that's kind of where I'm heading with my slow stitch. Allie K, you're in the membership group. I'm thinking of doing an impromptu live stream. You may be, I don't know when. I don't have it. I'm just going to call it impromptu because it's just in my head. I probably will not do it tomorrow night. I'll try to do it in the evening when I do it. It may be Wednesday evening. Seems like a good night. Tuesday and Thursdays, Beth Schuler streams and some of the other people like, I can't recall, but they stream on those nights. I don't like to cut into their streams, but Wednesday night I might try to do an impromptu. And if I don't do it at night, if I don't do it on Wednesday night, I'll probably do it during the daytime and then just say, watch it. Because I want to work on my calendar game, and I want to show you my progress and maybe work a little in the commonplace journal. I should get out I still don't have my printers only halfway fixed. So I think I'm going to need a new printer. I can print black and blue with it now. So I can print my tatting patterns. And that if Katia sometimes puts red on there and it just has a terrible time with red. I'm going to have to, I printed off a tatting pattern that she had red for an alternate color and it just didn't like it at all. So I think I'm going to need a new printer, which is kind of a shame. I don't mind having to buy a new printer, but I've got like 2 new boxes of ink. And I'll just use that ink in my art because I can make spray bottles out of it. Let's see, who else am I missing? Allie K, Carol, Kathy Whitney. Christina says, I'm always making scraps out of my scraps. Jacqueline Allie K dropped a link to Jacqueline's channel, Lovely's Crafting Lodge. Oh. Let's see, what's going on? Blind and Deaf. Oh, Helen Keller. Christina said, I was just thinking about Helen Keller yesterday. Blind and deaf, I think. Both, but she eventually learned to communicate and speak and give lectures. Yeah, that is an entry for a commonplace book. It is, about Helen Keller. Yeah. That's what I was thinking about yesterday. How would you even begin to learn or understand the world? Through feel, probably. Blind and deaf, you would have to rely on your sense of touch and feel. You couldn't do hearing. I would say touch, a lot of touch. Because, when you close your eyes, and I feel the shape of this book, but I really don't know it's a book unless somebody told me and I wouldn't hear them. But she learned Braille, so she learned by touch, I think, and communicating with the hands with her teacher. Who was her teacher? It's a human heart. This is a human heart. I love that quote, Allie K. Thanks for it. What else did I miss up here? We talked about Helen Keller. What is Penelope doing with that big needle? I don't know. I gave it to her because that's a pretty big needle for Penelope, though. She started to eat it, and I pulled it out. I don't think she has any needles in her. Well, there might be something down here. Penelope! There was a little pin that was... Let's put that pin down here. But most of the pins and needles are out of her. I have a slow stitch piece that might go around here as a temporary skirt until I get her overalls done. I haven't been in this room for several days, so my room, I need to get in here. Next month they're going to put in fiber wiring. I call it fiber optic. It's fiber instead of copper wiring. They're changing this over. It's not supposed to increase our bill any, so we'll see what happens there. Hopefully it won't. But I'm afraid he's going to have to get back behind my bookcase, and I have all kind of boxes in front of it. So between now and March 17th, I have to clean out this room for good. And my brother just walks away. Yeah, Mary, we know. All right, you guys, I've chatted for 15 minutes. I'm 15 minutes too late. Hi, Mary, I'm having a crummy night. Oh, Allie K, she said she had a bad headache and dizziness. Took some meds and had a nap. She's feeling a bit better. Oh, Allie K, you take care of yourself. You went shopping with Mom this morning. It was fun but exhausting. Chronic fatigue. Oh, Allie. You went to Michael's and looked around. Surprisingly, I was able to walk around without buying. You know, I'm able to walk out of Michael's a lot easier than Walmart. Something about that store does not inspire me anymore. I don't know why. Maybe I've shopped at Walmart and Hobby Lobby too much. But I'm able to walk out of Hobby Lobby lately too, because they just don't. I do a lot of my shopping either on Amazon or through Jacqueline and Debbie Epps and Rebecca Wells. I got a really cool haul from Rebecca today. I'm really looking forward to it. And then for needlework, there's my stitch friend down in Missouri that I get a lot of really cool stuff from. And there's a package on the way. I tore that. No, I didn't. I put it over here. Let's put it over here so I don't throw it away. Little strip of music. Okay, you guys. Allie K, you take care of yourself. You get rest. Funny, that's exactly what I said. Penelope is eating that needle for lunch. Good night, Kathy. Have a great week. Feel better, Allie. Okay, I need to sign off. Thank you guys for sticking with me on a Sunday night. I know there's a lot of other places you could be, so thank you for spending some time with me. In the diggity. Bye.